What are the front lines between freedom and oppression? Are they in Eastern Europe or in the Taiwan Strait? Are they on the streets of Hong Kong, Myanmar and Belarus, or in our own streets? Are they challenges far away or in our homes and our technology? The answer to all of these questions is yes. We all stand on the front line of freedom because The battle between freedom and autocracy is incumbent on us all. COVID saw us temporarily suspend some freedom to save lives. But now we have a vaccine to defeat COVID. It's time to inoculate ourselves to defeat autocracy and coercion. That is why I invite you to our 4th Copenhagen Democracy Summit on May 10th and 11th. President Biden opened our first summit in 2018, and he will convene a global summit of the world's democracies later this year. We'll discuss the role of the United States and the challenges facing us in the defense of the free world. Join us also as we launch the Copenhagen Charter. It will urge democracies to coalesce and return democratic multilateralism to its ascendancy. We all have a duty to stand for freedom and democracy. Last year we met fully virtually. This year some of us will be back in the Royal Playhouse in Copenhagen, where I stand today. But whether you join us in person or virtually, I'm pleased to welcome you for the 2021 Copenhagen Democracy Summit.
And let us add our welcome. I'm Jean Meserve. I'm a member of the Transatlantic Commission on Election Integrity and co-host of the Spy Talk podcast.
Thank you, Jean. And I'm Ryan Heath. I host Politico's Global Translations newsletter and podcast. And we're live here in sunny Copenhagen at the Royal Playhouse, returning home to the site of the original Copenhagen Democracy Summits in 2018 and 2019. And after a year of virtual programming, we're back again with a hybrid summit.
We will be taking questions from our live audience. And by the way, all of us here are following Denmark's COVID guidelines. We also want to take questions from those of you joining us virtually. So please submit your questions online. And for all of you, follow us on social media. You can follow us at #CDS2021 and #DefendDemocracy.
And we're now delighted to invite to the stage our summit host, Anders Fogh Rasmussen. Anders, I see you've got that big smile of yours. You're an optimist for democracy, but there's a lot of people out there that see democratic decline at the moment. Tell us what keeps that smile on your face. Why are you still optimistic?
First of all, before answering your question, Jean and Ryan, I'm really pleased to be back in the Playhouse with you on stage. And I'm also delighted to see an audience here physically. We really appreciate that. You took time to come here. Welcome, all of you. And many more will follow our summit virtually from all corners of the world. Welcome to you as well. But to your question, yes, I am optimistic. Of course, I'm not naive on the warning signs from outside, external threats from authoritarian states that use disinformation, strategic corruption, economic coercion to destabilize democracies. We also have internal challenges, self-doubt in many democratic states, backsliding in other states. So I'm not naive. I see those warning signs. But still, I also see a lot of hope. And first of all, I would highlight all the democratic activists we have seen go to the streets to demand freedom, the right to determine their own life. In Myanmar, Belarus, Hong Kong, and elsewhere, Venezuela, elsewhere. That gives hope, I think. I also think it gives hope to see that the free world is now less naive. Maybe we took freedom and democracy for granted. We don't any longer. I think we now realize that we have to work for freedom and democracy each and every day. And that leads me to the final point, why I am optimistic, why I do see hope. Not only do we gather people around our summit, but more importantly, President Biden has pledged to organize and host a summit, a global summit for democracy, later this year. Actually, he was the very first to inaugurate this series of democracy summits here in Copenhagen. Maybe he even got the idea to organize and host a global summit for democracy here in Copenhagen. We have also seen the presidency of the British presidency of the G7 group pursue this idea of gathering more democracies. So I think we have realized we need to work for freedom and democracy. So, in conclusion, I do think the autocrats now are living on borrowed time, because the desire for freedom is the strongest force in the world.
You have launched the Copenhagen Charter for the Alliance of Democracies. Tell us what it is and what you hope this does.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Charter has three important elements. Firstly, the world's democracies should help each other. And we have introduced the idea of an economic Article 5. It's very much inspired by the NATO Security Article 5, which states that we consider an attack on one ally an attack on all. And we have pledged to help each other against such attacks. Actually, we need exactly the same in the economic field. The more because today's threats are not only tanks, but also economic coercion, strategic investments, etc. So, if China or any other dictatorship or autocratic system threatens the economy of a democratic ally, then we should help that ally. For instance, China has sanctioned Australian wine. Then, of course, other democracies should come to the aid of Australia. And furthermore, we should introduce a credit facility to help individual companies that are exposed to consumer boycott or other kinds of sanctions from autocratic regimes. Now, the second element is a technological alliance of democracies. We need such a technological alliance because otherwise we risk that the authoritarian countries will define or determine the international norms and standards for the use of new technology. And obviously, it is important that the use of information and communication technology, as well as artificial intelligence, are based on principles upon which we have founded our free societies. That's why we need a technological alliance of democracies to set the global standards and norms for the use of new technology. And the third element in this Copenhagen Charter is a call to stand up for democracy's champions, not only in words, but also in deeds. I think that the democracy activists that risk a lot due to their efforts to promote the values on which we believe, they deserve our support. These are the three elements of this Copenhagen Charter. I'm very pleased that already now it has been signed by the National Democratic Institute in the US and the International Republican Institute in the US. So it's really a bipartisan effort.
On that note, one final question. We've seen all the damage that's been inflicted on US democracy, and President Biden will now be bringing together people for this summit for democracy. How important is it that the US does provide that sort of global leadership? Where is their standing now in the world?
It's crucial. I really appreciate, to quote President Biden, America is back. We need American global leadership. We need determined American global leadership, because history shows that when the Americans retreat, they will leave behind a vacuum, and that vacuum will be filled by the bad guys. And that's exactly why we have seen autocrats and dictators advance during recent years, and that's the reason why we need an American global leadership to create this global alliance of democracies. Of course, there'll be a lot of discussion about the guest list. Who will and who could qualify for being invited to this global summit? But I welcome this competition because no one should be excluded if they fulfill the necessary criteria. And that's not only to organize free and fair elections, but that's also to respect rule of law, protection of minorities, free speech, religious freedom, etc. But if countries fulfill those criteria, they should be more than welcome. I would appreciate that competition. But I think, first and foremost, our contribution from this summit should be to provide inputs for the Biden administration to create ideas as to what could be discussed at the Global Summit for Democracy organized by President Biden later this year. That would send an important signal to all dictators and autocrats in the world.
Thank you, Anders, and we will hear a lot more about all of these subjects in the course of the summit. Thanks. And we will now move on to our next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to introduce today's first speaker. It's a keynote presidential speech by the President of Slovakia, Zuzana Čaputová. President Čaputová was elected in 2019. Prior to that, she had a background as a lawyer, taking on cases of public good and with local communities. That's working for democracy in practice. Madam President, I'm honored to have you join us physically this year. The pandemic has made it much harder even to travel inside the European Union. I appreciate your fidelity by still making the journey. The theme of your speech is on the importance of the rule of law. I agree. Without rule of law, democracy withers. I look forward to listening to you, Madam President. Once again, welcome. The stage is yours.
Dear Prime Minister Rasmussen, dear Anders, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and a privilege to open this year's Copenhagen Democracy Summit. I hope that next year many of you will be here in the auditorium. The pandemic has changed more than just the ways we meet. It has also highlighted the power of cooperation and solidarity in our communities, but also globally. The pandemic has also shown that facts and science matter, that respecting rules which are democratically agreed on, proportionate and legitimate, can literally save lives. Today, I will talk about how we can build on these lessons to defend our democracy, because they are under pressure. According to the Freedom House, last year has once again sent global decline in freedom. The pressures on our democracies are many. Even the best written constitution cannot protect our democracy if our business model creates deep inequalities, if our economic growth degrades our planet to the point of no return, if our constitution and our laws don't apply in the digital space just as they do offline, if propaganda and disinformation can be streamed with no consequences for those spreading it. Ladies and gentlemen, we can overcome these challenges. We can strengthen our democracy. I would like to offer a few ideas on how we can do it together. In essence, democracy is about spirit of freedom, justice, tolerance, and solidarity. And these are bound together by the rule of law. In short, democracy is about everyday respect for the rules, not about bypassing them. It's, in the end, about responsibility. That responsibility lies on each and every one of us. Democracy cannot be put on an autopilot. It requires engaged citizens and healthy debates, where everyone feels their opinions are respected, even if these opinions diverge. Differences are natural and enriching, but we must approach them in a way that doesn't deepen fragmentation of our societies. We need to distinguish where they differ in our opinions and where we differ in our values, because values are what binds us together, even if our opinions differ. Democracies require responsible political leaders, because they are the ones who set the rules and offer examples. They choose responsibly whether to highlight what divides us or focus on what unites us, whether to act inclusively or exclusively, whether they choose to tell the truth, even if it's unpopular. Political power, just like any power, is by default expansive. A responsible political leadership is therefore one that voluntarily limits its own power. This self-limitation is not just about legal rules. It's also about how political leaders choose to act. Yet individuals alone cannot safeguard our democracy and the rule of law. We need three essential lines of defense: independent institutions with responsible public officials, active civil society, and the free media. They are the pillars our democracy stands on, and they act as correction mechanism. If one of them fails, the others will step in. This also what happened in my own country, Slovakia. When corrupt interests try to capture our police or the judiciary, the The civil society and media, as well as ordinary citizens, mobilized to protect them. Today, we are implementing a comprehensive rule of law reform to root out corruption and protect against the excesses of political power. Seldom has been the demand for an effective government, clear and predictable rules higher than during this pandemic. If we are to protect our democracies, we need to invest in our institutions, not undermine them. Ladies and gentlemen, our democracies will flourish if our citizens are engaged and our institutions are strong, and if they operate in a rules-based international order. Today, those who see democracy as a source of weakness are challenging this order, who think that the rules are here to bend to serve their interests rather than to create equal conditions for all. Democracies must stand up to those who breach the rules-based order by invading other countries or suppressing the basic rights of their citizens. Democratic values and human rights should be on the table when we deal with undemocratic regimes. Supporting democracy activists in Belarus, Myanmar, or Hong Kong is not foreign interference. They only demand that their governments live up to the commitments they had voluntarily agreed on in the UN Charter and many other international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, our democracies are far from perfect, but with engaged citizens, strong institutions, and a robust rule of law framework, they can grow stronger anywhere. Thank you.
The Democracy Perception Index is the largest annual study of democracy. It covers 50 countries, 75% of the world's population. It is conducted by Lantana in association with the Alliance of Democracies. The CEO of Lantana, Nico Jaspers, is going to join us with the principal results of this year's survey. He joined us last year, so it'll be interesting to see how things have changed in 12 months. And as a reminder to the audience, we will want your questions. If you're watching us virtually, please do send them in. And Nico, now over to you.
Thank you so much, Jean. Really great to be here. Thanks for the introduction. So last year has really been a crazy year for democracy, right? So with all the restrictions in civil liberties and democracies, with the US election and the craziness around that, and with many non-democratic countries becoming much more assertive on the global stage and really pushing their agenda. So there are many indices that track democracy around the world. What we are really interested in here is to understand what people think. So how do they view all these changes? How do they see democracy? What is their take on what's happening? And we're very proud to be now doing in the 4th year the Democracy Perception Index. It's a massive global study on democracy where we cover over 50 countries, representing, as you said, 75% of the world's population, asking people how they feel about democracy. Fieldwork this year was from late February to the mid of April. And I want to use this opportunity to run you through some of the highlights of this year's wave, and in particularly 4 different questions or areas that I thought were quite interesting from this year's results. So the first one is the question that we run every year: is how satisfied are people with the state of democracy in their country and around the world? The second one is, what do they see as the biggest threats to democracy? The third one is very topical, of course: how do they see the government's response to COVID? And then finally, since we have a new administration in the US, did this have any impact on how people around the world see the US? So let's start with the first topic: how satisfied are people with the state of democracy around the world? We always ask them how important they feel democracy is in their country. And like last year, we see a vast majority of people saying that democracy is really very important to them. Over 80%, and even a small increase from last year, say that democracy is really important for them. We then ask them, how happy are you with the state of democracy in your own country? And there's quite a difference. Only about half of the people that we asked would say that their country is democratic and they are satisfied with the state of democracy. And we've even seen a small decrease in that. So we take these two numbers: how important is democracy for you, and then how do you see the state of democracy in your own country, to calculate what we call a democratic deficit. And this year it has increased by 6 percentage points to 28%. Of course, there are many differences across different countries. In some countries it's smaller, in other countries it's very big, but overall the message here is very clear. People around the world see democracy as very important, but don't necessarily think that their own country is democratic enough. Let's move to the second question. What do people see as the biggest threats to democracy right now? And there we gave them a list of different things to choose from and to rate how important these different threats are for democracy in their own country. And the results here were quite surprising to some degree to me, and very interesting to see. The number one biggest threat that people across the world see to democracy is economic inequality. And this is, of course, right now even more important than it would have been in the past, because the economic crisis due to the pandemic increases economic inequality around the world. So there's tremendous pressure on democratic systems. And the extent to which people, over 2/3 of people, said this is the number one threat to democracy. And then there are other things that are, of course, incredibly important as well. Limits on free speech, unfair or fraudulent elections, the power of big tech, and then the impact of foreign governments on democratic systems in their own country. We looked at some of these things in more depth, and again, you can see this split up by country in the report. We looked at some of these results in depth, and one of the areas that we were particularly interested on is the role of social media in promoting or being negative for democracy. And here there's a very clear picture as well across the world. The vast majority of people, about 2/3, see the impact of social media as having a positive impact. This decreased slightly from last year. So last year, people were a bit more optimistic, but still a vast majority of people see social media as having a positive impact. Now, when you then look at Europe, that changes a bit, right? So last year, we had about 1/4 of people saying it has a negative impact. And this year, this increased to 1/3. But what was really surprising was then to look at the results from the US. Last year, we had about 1/3 of people saying it has a negative impact on democracy in the US. And this year, it was almost half of the people in the US see social media now as having a negative impact on the state of democracy in their country, and only 40% seeing this as positive. And this is really a big change and something to really think about more deeply. So the next question that we asked, how do people feel about the government's response to COVID? And the nice thing here is that we ran the same question last year in May. The conference was, I think, in June. So we have some good comparisons from last year to this year. And here the picture is quite interesting. There are lots of countries where people are generally rather satisfied with how the government responded across democratic and non-democratic countries. So you have countries like Canada here, Australia, but also South Korea and Taiwan, where people are relatively happy. And then some non-democratic countries like China and Vietnam also score really well. As a little caveat, I should say that the data here from India, the fieldwork was before the recent increase in cases. So I'm sure if we were to run this now again, we would probably see slightly different results. And then on the negative side, many Western European democracies, Latin America and the US and Mexico, where people are less happy about how their governments dealt with COVID. Now, if we look at it, spread for the difference from last year to this year, we have had last year, we had China and Vietnam on top, and then Chile and Brazil at the bottom. And this year, there has been an increase in almost every country and how happy people are with democracies. And it's sad to say that most of these countries are democracies where people became more disillusioned and more dissatisfied with how their governments responded. Now let's turn to how the world is seeing the US with regard to their role in global democracy. There has obviously, with the new change in administration, some changes. Last year, we had about 40% of the countries that we polled had a net negative perception of the US global influence on democracy. And it's sad for me to say that most of these countries were European countries. The lowest net negative result was in China, but then you have Germany, Austria, Denmark, Ireland, Belgium, Sweden, France, Greece, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Spain, the UK, Norway, Italy, and so forth. So pretty much every European country had a net negative view of the US's role on global democracy. That was last year. Now, the good thing is, it changed. So this year, across almost every country where we collected data, we saw an increase in the perception of the US role in promoting global democracy, which I think is a very nice effect. There are a few countries like Russia that disagree, but overall, a very positive view. Now, there are lots of initiatives going on to strengthen democracy around the world. And we asked our people about two initiatives in particular, the UK D10 initiative and Biden's Democracy Summit. We showed them a little summary of what these initiatives would be, and then asked them, hey, do you think this is a good idea, or do you think it's a bad idea? And the results here were that in most countries, we had a majority of people supporting these initiatives, and then a couple of countries that don't support them so much. So to summarize, key takeaways from this year's Democracy Perception Index. The first one, the world's democratic deficit has increased. People think both democracy is more important than ever and are more disillusioned with the state of democracy in their own country. So we have to work much harder to change that. Second thing is economic inequality really is seen as the biggest threat to democracy. People in democracies are increasingly dissatisfied with their country's COVID response, and the global perception of the US has increased. You can get all these results and much more, lots of nice charts, drill down into all the different countries in our report, which you can download at the latana.com/democracy website and dig much deeper. Thank you very much.
Nico, thank you. And stick around because you're going to face some questions now. Anyone here in the audience have a question for Nico? If not, I'll go to one of my virtual questions. Okay. Someone from the audience asks, has big data increased or decreased trust in governance and democracy?
We didn't particularly look at big data. We looked at big tech. And there are probably lots of different things happening. On the one hand, many of these companies are US-based companies. I wouldn't say right now from reading of the data that it has increased our trust in democracy so far. If at all, and Europe is quite critical and more seen as having an adverse impact on democracy.
Has it changed the ability to govern, someone asks? Big data.
That's a tricky question. If you would consider in general a data-based approach to governance, that's what the question is aiming for. What it means by big data, I would say yes, absolutely. It increases the information set that we have to make better decisions for people around the world. Now the big question is then who owns that data, how does it get produced, and who controls what is used for decision making, right? So this is a different question, and there we see that it's not governments usually who are in control of these data sets, but usually private corporations that have a different accountability structure. So this is probably a question that we should ask ourselves, but the fact that there's more data than ever on many things should in theory help us make better decisions that then also serve the goal of democracy.
We have another question from the virtual audience saying, what do you make of the difference in satisfaction with COVID handling between democracies and autocracies?
It's a tough one. I would be careful about the timing. So we've seen quite good results for the UK, and I'm sure that if we would have done the same thing a few months ago or end of last year, there would have been different results. So we have to consume these data with a grain of salt. It's true that if non-democratic societies or non-democratic governance systems find it easier to impose harsh restrictions, in some cases restrictions that people are more used to or wouldn't be surprised. And people who live in democracies are used to a greater degree of freedom. For them, some of these restrictions are unheard of. They are very new, they are scary. And so the resistance to these types of restrictions is also much, much stronger in democracies than in non-democratic societies. So the fact that people say we are unhappy with our government, I think has to be taken in the context of perhaps a different benchmark. When I see, or when you would go here, we're in Berlin right now, and when you would talk to people on the street, they would say, yeah, they're not doing a good job. But would they, be happy to live in a different society? Probably not. They would probably, especially the Germans, even be more critical.
And we do have a question here in the Playhouse. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I saw that the perception of democracy in Russia and China and India were all increasing, but does the index take into account the different understanding of what democracy might be in those different countries? Thank you.
Very good question. We have different cases. We have cases where countries are not democratic, but people don't really, quite honestly, care so much. And thus the pressure for more democracy is also lower. And you see this particularly in China. We've always seen that there's relatively little pressure for more democracy, which is also interesting in the context of some of the theories 20, 30 years ago that open markets would lead to more democratic pressure in China. This is clearly not happening. Of course, there's a different understanding in every country of what people understand by democracy. So it's a very subjective matter in any case. So yes, you have differences across countries.
We have another virtual question. This about the perception of the United States. Is it a post-Trump effect or something more fundamental?
Is the post-Trump, you mean the improvement in perception?
I think your polling did show some improvement, but
I mean, we've seen an improvement in the U.S. perception, in the perception of the U.S.'s role in global democracy, significant improvement over the past year, and I would clearly attribute that to the change in administration. Yeah.
For you, was there a particular surprise in these results?
The magnitude of how important people see economic inequality as a threat for democracy. I think this surprised me. It's not surprising that it's seen as a threat so much, but the magnitude, I think, was surprising and to be honest, quite worrying also in the context of what's currently going on in the economies of many countries, democratic countries. So all of these countries have had massive stimulus packages to also protect jobs, but they're going to run out at some point this year. And then either countries manage to get back on a rapid growth path and make people happy, or we'll see huge tensions coming up in many societies in Western Europe and other countries due to this increase in economic inequality and the effect on democracy. And we've seen this also over the past years already.
Nico, as we mentioned, you gave us results last year as well. And I'm wondering if there's a particular country or a couple of countries that are striking to you in the change that you've seen.
We've seen, we always look at one country that stood out when I looked at, I mean, it's difficult to now single out certain countries, but a few things that I remember was there was a big change in Turkey. There was a big increase in how important people feel democracies for their country. So about 90% said this, but then a big decrease in how democratic people felt Turkey is. Something similar happening in Poland. We had in Peru also a similar effect. So there were certain countries where the general trend that we saw was particularly big, which is very worrying. And then things like in Nigeria, we have almost 80% of people saying that there's not enough democracy in their country, which is quite high also, and big increase from last year.
One other question for you, which is about the future. You've taken a snapshot in time, but you're watching trends move. Can you project what you think things may look like in a year's time?
Difficult. I think if we do a good job, and by we I mean many people also sitting here at this conference and beyond, and taking some of the challenges seriously, I think we're looking at a bright future, because the vast majority of people in the world actually want to have more democracy. But that doesn't come by itself, right? Someone needs to do the job. And if we make the right decisions in the next year, then I'm very hopeful. And if we won't, then not. I mean, we're seeing how in the past certain decisions or changes in administration have had an impact, and this is the same thing going forward.
Nico Jasper, CEO of Latana, thank you so much for joining us here today. We will be referring to Nico's findings throughout the summit. So thank you. It's great to have you with us virtually. And
thank you, Jean.
Up next, we're going to be talking about protecting democracy from authoritarianism. The session will begin in just a few moments. And I now want to welcome to the stage Uffe Elbæk. He is a former Minister of Culture and a Member of Parliament here in Denmark. Please come up and join us. And let me also welcome virtually Tom Tugendhat. He's a Conservative Member of Parliament from the UK. Are you here with us? Yes, you are. Wonderful. Also Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Thanks for joining us, both of you. So you're from different countries, you have very different politics, but you have one thing very much in common. China does not like you. So let's talk a little bit about that. Uffe Elbæk, you have been an active supporter of freedom activists in Hong Kong. You invited Ted Hui, a former Hong Kong legislator here to Denmark. He took that occasion to then go into exile in Britain. You're not liked for that.
No, for sure.
And the pro-China government in Hong Kong would like to prosecute you for your part in that. And Tom Tugendhat, you were sanctioned by China after the UK, as well as the EU and the US and Canada, sanctioned China for human rights abuses. So let's talk about this common theme between the two of you. Clearly, the Chinese government was hoping to silence you, to muzzle you, but the fact that you're here indicates that that did not happen. So I'm curious if you think this approach by the Chinese is in fact counterproductive, and that instead of making you shut up, it makes you speak even more loudly about what you perceive as being abuses in China. Tom, why don't I start with you?
Much for inviting me. First of all, it's a pleasure to be virtually in Denmark. I only wish I were really in Denmark, but there's another reason for that, also emerging from China, but we'll move on from that because that's not what this conversation is about. It's also worth pointing out that I'm sanctioned by the Communist Party of China and the Chinese state. I have done nothing but stand up for the human rights of the Chinese people and defend what I think are essential freedoms, not just guaranteed by Britain or indeed Denmark, but actually guaranteed by Chinese tradition as well. After all, it was P.C. Chang who wrote the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for the United Nations, which I think we should all live by. So this is in no way anti-Chinese. It's certainly not. In fact, it's entirely supportive of Chinese citizens and Chinese people in China and around the world. It's critical of a dictatorship which calls itself the Chinese Communist Party.
And Uffe, let me ask you whether you think this is, it's certainly not quieting you. Is it having the opposite effect?
Exactly. I take it as a kind of a badge of honor, to say it very frankly. And I think that in both cases, it has been, the positive side is that now there's a face on the dilemma and the fight. And I've seen that the Danish media and also my colleagues in the parliament over the last couple of years has taken a much more critical approach to understand what we're facing. And again, I have to be honest, for me it has been a kind of a personal journey. 10 years ago, as a minister, I visited China. I thought that, and now it sounds really naive, but at that time, I thought that economic development and democratic development would go hand in hand. And I just have to realize that's not the case. And that's also why an event like this is so extremely important. It's extremely important what the Biden administration now suggests, this global summit. And now Anders Fogh is sitting on the front seat here in the conference room. And I think that this event has been a kind of a Kickstarter of trying to understand both what are we up against, but also the dilemmas, and also trying to put all the small pieces together so we are able to see the big picture. And that's not easy. So this what we're doing now here is important.
You are not the only two parliamentarians to have been sanctioned in some way by the Chinese government or the party. Tom, I'm curious if you think there are things that can be done or should be done that would more effectively insulate parliamentarians from that kind of action.
Well, for many of us, the the sanctions don't really have any real effect. I mean, I don't know about Uffe, but I wasn't planning on a holiday in Macau this year, and so
Certainly not
I'm not
now.
sure it's changed. I don't think it's changed an awful lot for me. But let's be honest, it's not really aimed at us. It's aimed at those businesses that do have interests in China and at those people who might otherwise speak out because they're seeing their colleagues or their employees or indeed their suppliers, being pressured and are going to decide not to. And so that's why I think it's particularly important that Uffe and I are not silenced. And I'm very proud to be here with him today. But I also think that the point that Uffe was making is an important one, which is that this is a reminder not just of the abuses that are happening in some parts of the world, but the values that we actually stand for here. Look, the last 5 years have been difficult for many of us in Europe as the discussions between the UK and other countries have, occasionally not been as friendly as they might be. And it's worth reminding ourselves that whatever we're talking about on trade terms or fish or whatever it happens to be, the reality is we share so much. We share so many common values and common interests with our partners across Europe and across the free world, including countries like Japan and South Korea and Australia and so on, that really we have a natural alliance that we must remind ourselves about and build up.
Just to follow up is that Tom is completely correct that I think both Tom and me are sitting in a position where we are quite safe. So I think that it's much more important to understand how China are using the new national security law to silence journalists, science people, activists, etc., etc. Because what was a really happy moment for me was that my colleagues in the parliament, the Danish parliament, for sure stood up and took my back, and also Katrine Amitsbøll, my MP colleague, and the same was the situation in the European Parliament. And that's what I think Tom and me agree about, is that it's so important that our colleagues are standing up and saying this is not right. We have to defend our colleagues, but I think the big issue is about seeing educators and scientists and journalists and activists starting to shut up because they're afraid of losing jobs, job possibilities, career possibilities, etc.
And are you seeing that businesses and think tanks
for sure. If you're reading some of the international newspapers like Guardian or New York Times, nearly every week you see a new story coming up. Just this, I think it was today, the Guardian had a story where universities in UK, maybe Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, that universities in the UK are saying that educators, teachers should not document their lectures because the student was then maybe scared to be connected with the program. So
is there a cone of silence, Tom, that's descending over business, over academia, over think tanks because of what the Chinese are doing?
Well, there certainly was. I think one of the things that Uffe and I hope I, in a small way, have done, and others have stood up for this as well, different organizations around the world have stood up for this, have demonstrated that this now has a price at home as well. I mean, it was the case that if you were silent on the abuses of the CPC in China, then maybe you'd get away with it, but you'd censor yourself and it didn't have any consequence for you at home. I think what we're beginning to demonstrate, and I think people are beginning to notice, is that self-censorship actually has a price here too. And free people are no longer accepting the idea that they should be silenced by a foreign dictatorship. And quite rightly, why should Britons or Danes or indeed anybody else live by the standards of a dictatorship thousands of miles away? We shouldn't. We should speak out for the values of freedom, intellectual honesty, and indeed innovation that has made our countries prosperous and stable and indeed happy.
Except for this fact. It's projected that by 2028, China is going to be the world's largest economy. It is going to be the big gorilla, maybe. The projections, I believe, still hold for 2028. So do you believe that democracies are going to be willing to compromise their principles in order to placate the Chinese? Uffe, do you want to take that?
It's a difficult question because up till now, and I hope that I'm able to speak freely. it's a conference on democracy, but if I've seen the former governments in Denmark, they have been tiptoeing on eggshells when it comes to China. And of course, the reason, I understand that, but the reason is that it can have a huge effect on the Danish economy if Denmark would be boycotted. But I think that we have to realize that, which is also the whole reason why we're here today, is that we have to stand up and defend democracy, and even if it will have a consequence. And normally we are discussing China only seen from economic perspective, but we have to understand that China has a very sophisticated strategy on so many levels in the society. It's about science, it's about culture, it's about education, it's about safety, it's about technology. It's not only about doing business in China, it's about who's going to define how we as a global community are working together. Who's going to define that rules? Is it China, or is it an alliance of democracies as we're talking about here? And I hope it will be the second thing, that the democratic countries are able to stand together and dare to say that even if it has consequence, we have to stand up for democracy.
Tom, are you optimistic that that's going to happen?
Yeah, I am. I'm absolutely optimistic, and I'll tell you why. Look, you're right about China's economic growth, and in many ways it's something to celebrate. It is certainly to celebrate that 850 million people have been lifted out of poverty, and I think that's fantastic. And I think that the way so many in the West turned a blind eye to the terrible suffering of the Chinese people in the 60s and 70s is appalling, and I'm very glad that we're no longer doing that. But I'm also positive, because I think if you look at the way in which the international community is coming together over this, if you look at, for example, the G7 now including as extras, as it were, Australia, India, South Korea, and I hope, by the way, many more in the future, we're already talking about half the world's GDP. Now, yeah, China's a big and important economic player, of course it is, but democracies are a much bigger and much more important economic element in the global economy than anything else. And they will only grow, and they'll grow because freedom leads to prosperity. This is an experiment we've tried 100 times in the last 2,000 years. And we know that stable laws, that the ability to keep and hold property that you have earned, the ability to have a predictable future based on a common understanding of principles, which we call the rule of law, is what leads to prosperity. It's what leads to happiness. It's what leads to freedom. So, I am very confident that democracies are well placed for the future. And sure, there are challenges. Of course, there are challenges. But working together, I'm sure we can overcome them.
We heard Anders talk just a few minutes ago about an economic Article 5, whereas if one democracy is attacked from the Chinese with economic sanctions, that the others would respond. Tom, would you support that kind of approach? Would that be effective, do you think?
Well, I think Anders has got a really interesting idea there. And what I'm noticing in Australia, for example, and I pick on Australia only because it's been the most actively targeted by Chinese sanctions recently, is that actually the effect on its economy has been much less than anyone initially predicted. And the reason for that is actually we live in a very globalized world. So if you're not going to buy Australian iron ore, for example, then somebody else will. Because you'll have to buy it off somebody else if you want to build the bridge or build the dam or whatever it is that you want to do. So, sanctions are a tax on the people who put the sanctions on. So sanctions on Australia are a tax on the Chinese people. They're not a tax on the Australian people. And in a globalized world, funnily enough, the Australians are finding alternative markets. I don't know about you, but I've certainly been drinking a bit more Australian wine lately and enjoying it very much. And I hope that we'll all do our bit to support the Australian economy as free citizens, knowing that you support freedom by engaging with it.
I'd like to ask both of you, but Uffe, I'll start with you. If you see the world becoming a bipolar world, where it is democracies versus authoritarian regimes, and how you think that should shape the democracy's foreign policies?
I just had a pause, and then I'm saying what I mean. Right now, my own country has a statement saying that they want a value-based foreign policy, which I'm really happy about. But I also have to say it frankly that I also want to see it not only said by words, but also by action. And I'm really happy that our foreign minister will attend this conference and dare to do it, because it will maybe have consequence to attend a program where there also are representatives by Taiwan. So it's a tricky case, but I hope that my own country and I hope other countries will really understand that now is the time to go from party speeches, dinner speeches, actually also to action. And one of the very positive experience I've had the last year has been the cooperation between parliamentarians across parliaments. And so this is not a political party case. It's not left and right. This goes across political blocs and cross party lines. And for me, it has been an enormous positive experience to work together with IPAC, Interparliamentarian Alliance on China. And through that network, and that's maybe, Tom, you can reflect on that also, through that network, we have been able actually to put all the small pieces together and start to get the full picture about what we're up against. So IPAC for me has been a very, very positive story the last year.
Tom, you're a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. What should the democracies' foreign policies look like?
Well, you'll forgive me, I hope, as chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, my job is to criticise Britain's foreign policy and to try and improve it by being critical. But on this one, I've got to be supportive. Dominic Raab has done absolutely the right thing. The work that Priti Patel has done on giving visas to British nationals overseas, as some Hong Kongers are, has been impressive. The work that Boris Johnson has done as Prime Minister in getting together groups of allies and like-minded friends and working with the Biden team and indeed many others has been really impressive. You know, we are demonstrating that this government, which, as I say, it's my job to criticise, has actually been doing exactly the right things in global leadership. We've got two major events here in the UK this year. We've got the G7 and we've got COP26. And you don't require me to tell you in Copenhagen how important it is to prepare for a COP summit. So you will know that what we're seeing is a determined effort by the UK, our partners in Italy for the COP presidency, and by many others in the G7 and in COP as well. A determined effort to focus on the areas that we need to work together on. And we can do this. Now, we can do this as democracies, and I hope we can do this bringing in those elements of other countries who wish to cooperate and who see the dangers before us, because I think there's a huge opportunity here for the world. I don't think this is about the UK, although the UK would benefit enormously, as would every free country. And I think that the UK is really showing some serious leadership. And I think the work that parliamentarians are doing, I think IPAC's doing it, the China Research Group's doing it, the various other groups are doing it, is really important in helping to inform our colleagues, but also the wider public. You know, we run events in the China Research Group every Tuesday morning, pretty much, where we have speakers who talk about what's going on. And the level of interest we get, not just from parliamentarians, but from business people and just from researchers or just people around the UK, is now enormous. We're getting hundreds of people attending online because this is a major area of interest. So the work of IPAC, the work of many other groups is really important.
If there is a side meeting to the G7 that incorporates some of the other democracies, what specifically, Tom, would you like to see come out of that meeting? What do you want it to produce?
Well, the key driver has to be building up the understanding of what partnership means in a modern environment. Because we've seen, sadly, ourselves getting played in different ways. We've seen our positions being undermined in various UN bodies, like the International Telecoms Union. We've seen it being threatened in others, like the World Intellectual Property Union. We fought back effectively. And we've demonstrated that actually we don't have to accept standard setting by countries who are trying to reverse the standards of freedom and cooperation that we have over many, many years established, not just in Europe, but actually much wider. You know, the last 70 years in the European Union and indeed in the wider world have not been peaceful and prosperous by accident. They have been so because people before us, in parliaments before ours, have put in the hard work to cooperate, to build up a system of norms and standards that respect and value people, whether they are in the East or the West, the North or the South, and adapted them as the situations change. Now, it's certainly true that they need to adapt again. There's no doubt that we need to update for a globalized world, for an internet world, for any number of different elements of cryptocurrency and environmental challenge. All of these things are true, but we can do it. We can do it if we work together and we set the standards that we need. We can't do it if we allow others to do it in a way that undermines freedom, undermines individual rights, and reverses those achievements.
I have just two follow-up reflection. One is that, for me at least, it's very important to underline when we are criticizing China, we're not criticizing the Chinese people. We are criticizing the government. We're criticizing the government's policy. And I think that, at least for me, I have to remember that, because otherwise I think it should be part of our way of communicating our stand in this case, that this is something not connected with the people, but with the government. I think that it's very important. The second thing is that when Tom said about he's completely sure that we're heading in the right direction, I said, okay, then let's look at a very hot potato on the table coming up, and that's the Winter Olympics in China next year. What are we going to do? Are we going to boycott the Winter Olympics? Would it be a hard boycott or would it be a soft boycott? It's just around the corner time-wise, and that discussion has to step up and speed up. Otherwise, we'll be part of a huge PR show next year in China. And can we do that? Question mark.
We have a lot of questions coming in from the virtual audience, and all of you out there, prepare yours as well. But let me start with this one. Tom, someone asked you, what is the role of governments like Britain in assisting pro-democracy movements in places like Hong Kong?
Well, I think that's an essential question for democracies. What are we actually doing to champion freedoms and individual rights in those areas? And we've got to be honest with ourselves. There are some things we can do, and there are some things we can't. We can't intervene domestically, and we shouldn't. But what we can do is we can offer asylum and safety to those who are otherwise threatened. I think this BNO rights that we've offered to Hong Kongers in the UK is really important. I led this charge in 2017, and I'm delighted that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, and Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, have changed the policy of the UK government to recognise that we have rights, or rather we have obligations under our treaties, including the Sino-British Joint Declaration, to the people of Hong Kong. But actually the truth is we all do. We all in the free world, whether we're in Canada or Australia, whether we're in Japan or in Italy, we have obligations to free peoples, and hosting free news services on the internet, giving asylum to those who are oppressed, is an essential policy that we must all pursue together.
Uffe, we have a question for you. How do you balance interests when working with countries like China, who have common interests on issues like climate change, but challenge Denmark through sanctioning free speech, including your own?
Mm-hmm. No, but that again, that's a paradox. But I think that it will work because China has an interest in also facing its own climate change problems back home. So actually, I think China will still be part of the solution when it comes to climate change. I'm not afraid about that. What I'm afraid about is that China, because they have been able so quickly to change the Hong Kong community to another society, just in 1 year. The next step is Taiwan, and I'm really struggling with how should we deal with that situation as democratic nations. Where do we stand in the Taiwan issue? Because I think it's so heartbreaking to see that a vibrant society as Hong Kong has been able to, just in 1 year, to be something completely different. It goes so fast, and I think China said, okay, we did it in Hong Kong. The next thing, Taiwan.
Tom, another question for you. A big part of our economies depend on China, and the Chinese Communist Party exploits this politically. How could Europe specifically decrease dependence on China?
Well, I'm a big believer in cooperating with free countries around the world, and one of the reasons I'm so in favor of getting an agreement with India, and I was delighted to see Ursula von der Leyen talking about an agreement with India as well. You know, the UK, European Union, and many other countries around the world should be looking at deepening our levels of cooperation. Now, yes, I know there's a very obvious area where we could look again at some areas between ourselves, but this is where I'm very glad that we've got an initial agreement with our European partners, and now we need to build on it. Now we need to find ways in which we can adapt the TCA and change it so that it works better for all of us. Now, I'm looking forward to a different engagement between ourselves, one that changes from the last 5 years into something more positive for the future, because this is about fundamentally the survival of all of us as free peoples, and finding ways in which we can have deals with the United States, with Australia, with Japan, is about defending ourselves and defending our democracies and defending our partnerships. Because the truth is, as Anders will tell you very correctly about NATO, the truth about NATO is it doesn't work because it's just the US. It works because it's all of us woven together as an absolutely tight fabric of partners, and that's what makes the strength. And we can do that too. You know, we did that when we set up the GATT Accords in the 1940s. We built up an alternative to the Comintern. We can do the same today, where we're building up democratic, free partnerships of rules-based states, defending our interests, our prosperity, and our freedom against those who threaten it.
Reminder to those of you in the hall, we'd love your questions, so raise your hand. Oh, we have one right here. Let's get that microphone into you.
So, this Chinese involvement and the increasing power in the world calls very much for a new bipolar world order. So my question is, what is going to be this era's nuclear weapon, so to speak, do you think?
Can you...
Well,
do you want to take... I wanted you to spell out what you meant a little bit by nuclear weapon.
So because we have a more interconnected world and a new, more sophisticated security dilemma, just hard power is not enough. So it's more, how are we going to solve this bipolar world, and how are we going to challenge China so they're not going to play us anymore with a nuclear weapon?
Which one of you wants to take a stab at that?
It's a tricky question, but a very good question. To say, because sometimes I've been thinking, hey, Uffe, you sound like a Cold War rhetoric. That's not my style, goddammit. But on one hand, I just have to face the problem. The other hand is, how can we lower the conflict level? And who is able to step in and be the moderator? And at the moment, I don't know exactly who's going to take that role. When in the beginning of the conflict in Hong Kong, some of us parliamentarians here in Denmark suggested that maybe we could learn from Norway, the way Norway had played a role as a moderator for example, in the conflict between Israel and Palestine. Could somebody take that global role to moderate it? And at the moment, I don't see a clear who should take that role. I don't know it. But what I'm happy about is that the new Biden administration, really has come back, that US is back on the international stage. And so that is a positive sign for me. And I hope that something will manifest itself at the global summit, democratic summit in the fall, if that's going to happen. But all good ideas are welcome. All good ideas are welcome.
And we have another question in the audience right here.
Thank you. So you talked about the need to deepen cooperation around the world to support democracy. And at the same time, we see the US or the UK slashing your aid budgets. We see this plan to increase sort of a new Marshall Plan for Africa that was sort of trumpeted in the European Union, never really happened. And we see massive Chinese investments in Africa. We've seen with the COVID response, China really rolling out and helping. So what will it take for the European Union and the UK to actually, as you said, Uffe, stop just talking about democracy, but actually rolling out and supporting and building this alliance, in your opinion?
Tom, you want to take that first?
Sure, I'm very happy to. Well, this is where I'm allowed to go back onto my main job, which is criticising the British government, because I think the British government is wrong on the aid cuts. I think it's a mistake, and I think it's a mistake because exactly as the gentleman suggests, the reality is we do need to invest in our partners in Africa and, by the way, around the world. The reality is this isn't just about defending our own interests. It's not just about supporting economic prosperity in other countries. It's also about defending our own interests. Just as the Marshall Plan created a market for the United States, it didn't just rebuild Germany. The truth is, investing in Lagos is about promoting cooperation between, the UK and Nigeria. So I think there's an awful lot we can do. But let's not pretend that it's just the UK or just the European Union. There are many other countries around the world that really need to take this seriously too. The UK still remains one of the biggest aid donors in the world. I think it puts us on about 4th or 5th globally. And I think there are many other countries that could, frankly, step up a bit more. I'm not going to do too many military comparisons, but as Anders will tell you, the 2% target isn't met by everyone in defence terms, and nor is the 0.7 target met by many in aid terms. So I think there's an awful lot that a lot of us can do, reminding ourselves that this isn't just foreign aid, this is actually self-defence.
Tom, isn't this a tough time to make an argument for increased foreign aid when many domestic budgets are stressed dealing with COVID?
Well, as any investor will tell you, counter-cyclical investment is the time when you get the greatest returns. So I would argue very strongly that now is exactly the time to be making those investments, because the truth is we are going to come out of COVID in coming months and maybe in some countries a little bit longer than that. And what we have done in the UK will be replicated around the world. We will have vaccines rolling out. We will have the economies reopening relatively quickly. And there will be an opportunity for a boom. Now, we want that boom to be working in the direction of prosperity and freedom, not in the direction of subservience and control. And the way we do that is by making sure that the pipes are open, that the connections are made, and that the countries know where their friends are.
Uffe?
I think it's a very important question which was raised. And if I should take my more skeptical glasses on, I think that at the moment, at least here in Europe, there is a tendency that the EU member states are withdrawing back to a national state awareness in a situation where we so much need motivation to invest in our international cooperation. And I think that this national conservative wave, which I at least see it, is a danger towards what is needed. We need to invest in our international organization. We need to invest in our EU cooperation. And then we have to understand that China, the way they invest in Africa, both with the 2 new Silk Road projects, but in many different ways are building up infrastructures in harbors, in airports, in railroads, It's like we are sleeping while they're doing it. And the only way we can react to it is to do it in an international cooperation or European cooperation. And I hope that Denmark, my own country, will understand how important the European cooperation is, because that's not, as far as I see it, the case at the moment. And it's not the case, as I see it, in many other EU member states. So thanks for the question.
Thank you all for your questions. We're going to have to leave it there. Uffe
Super.
Elbæk and Tom Tugendbach, thanks so much for joining us. Do appreciate it. And stay tuned. Our next session is coming up in just a moment. China is taking an increasingly aggressive stand against Taiwan, both rhetorically and militarily, raising concerns that it could move sometime soon to try and take control of the island. Here to address the need to strengthen democracy and the alliance of democracies is Taiwan's president, Dr. Tsai Ing-wen.
Mr. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, founder of the Alliance of Democracies, Executive Director Jonas Perello Plasner, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you all this year at the 4th Copenhagen Democracy Summit. I want to thank Mr. Rasmussen for once again inviting me to address this gathering. We in Taiwan appreciate your continued support for our country and democratic way of life. And we are committed to working with all of you to strengthen democracy around the globe. Since we last met, the world has become even more aware of the dangers posed by authoritarian regimes. To expand their influence, they are working to divide us and erode freedom, both at home and abroad. Just this past March, for example, the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, together with a number of people at today's summit, were sanctioned for defending human rights. But we remain united. In the face of this challenge to our shared values, Taiwan stands with the AOD and all those defending freedom. Our experience and the lessons of history continue to teach us that we must not be silent, as ignoring such threats only emboldens those who would seek to undermine our values. Upholding democracy, peace, and stability is a responsibility that we all share. That is why we must strengthen our global alliance of democracies to uphold freedom, the rule of law, human rights, and space for dissent. Taiwan's commitment to freedom and democracy has made us a target of disinformation campaigns, economic coercion, and even military intimidation. Many in the international community are concerned about the potential for conflict caused by these anti-democratic tactics, particularly in the Indo-Pacific. Our government is fully aware of the threats to regional security and is actively enhancing our national defense capabilities to protect our democracy. In addition, Taiwan is working with our global partners to ensure safety and stability in the region. Let me assure you that Taiwan will continue to do our part. Neither external aggression nor challenges of the pandemic can weaken the resilience of our democratic system. But all democracies around the world must remain vigilant and united. Authoritarian states are now looking to alter the rules-based global order by taking advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen regimes look to manipulate countries via access to key resources. So it is imperative that we collaborate to secure our supply chains and safeguard the global economic order. Just this past March, we joined with the EU to hold a forum on supply chain cooperation. Taiwan will continue to engage with the EU and other democratic partners to establish a more resilient supply of critical goods, such as semiconductors and medical supplies. This kind of reciprocal and transparent cooperation is key to our mutual prosperities. As we work to contain the ongoing pandemic, it is also our duty to help our friends who have suffered during this global crisis. Not only does this mission require international cooperation, it is yet another area where Taiwan can help. Taiwan's response to COVID-19 shows how pandemics can be contained without curtailing democratic freedoms. We are fortunate to have many friends in government, the media, and organizations across the globe who have highlighted our pandemic response, as well as what Taiwan can do for the world. We are particularly grateful to an international group of legislators who have come together across party lines to speak up for Taiwan and to call on the international community to let Taiwan help. For years, our experts and officials have been excluded from the World Health Assembly and other international forums, denying Taiwan the opportunity to share our experience with the world. Nevertheless, as a responsible member of the international community, Taiwan remains committed to helping countries in need. We in Taiwan are heartened to see how democratic countries have come together to defend our shared values. We look forward to President Biden's Summit for Democracy later this year, as well as the UK's continued leadership of the G7 to expand economic cooperation. These forums have never been more important as democratic institutions face unprecedented challenges. The US continues to be a key partner in facilitating our international cooperation. Through platforms such as Global Cooperation and Training Framework, Taiwan, the US, and our other global partners are deepening our engagements on public health, climate change, women's empowerment, and many other key issues. We appreciate all the support we have received from our friends across Europe. To reflect how far the Taiwan-EU relationship have come in the past few years, I believe it is time for Taiwan and the EU to restart negotiation on a bilateral investment agreement. A BIA will not just help secure our supply chains, it will protect our mutual geopolitical and economic interests and send a message about the partnerships and values on which our interests depend. Taiwan's democracy was built on the sacrifices of all who fought against authoritarian rules. We walk a long road to realize the freedoms we enjoy today, and we are determined never to surrender these freedoms. With liberty and democracy once again under threat, we in the international community must come together to address the challenges of a new era. By standing united, the democracies of the world can be a greater global force for good. It is my sincere belief that with this democratic alliance, our universal values will continue to lead us towards a better future for all humankind. Thank you.
We've just heard direct from Taiwan how it's possible to defeat a pandemic and build a successful economy as a near neighbor of China without curtailing freedom. Now it's time to hear from others in the Asia-Pacific, specifically parliamentarians from Japan and Australia, how they're working together and individually to protect their own democracies. Last week, I spoke to Senator Kimberly Kitching from Australia and Representative Jen Nakatani, a former defense minister of Japan. Let's check them out now. This discussion is protecting democracy from authoritarianism, and I'm very excited to introduce our two excellent panelists. Both of them are eminent members of Parliament. Representative Jen Nakatani, who is co-chair of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China and a former defense minister of Japan, and Australian Senator Kimberly Kitching, who represents the Labour Party. Thank you both for joining.
Thank you. Konnichiwa.
Now, President Biden has been very vocal in recent days and weeks that 2021 is the year for democracy to deliver. And he is certain that democracies need to work in alliances in order to be able to win or at least compete fairly in a great power competition with China, and that it will take those alliances to protect the space for our democracies. So I guess my first question then is, to what degree do each of you see the current era as being a battle between democracy and authoritarianism? Maybe Senator Kitching, if we could start off with your answer.
I think there is a competition, and indeed, I was reading recently an article about the middle-class foreign policy of the Biden administration. But I think there will be. I think there is there's in some places galloping authoritarianism, unfortunately. I think it's easy for us as people who benefit. I live in a stable democracy. Obviously, we benefit from that, and I think it's very difficult for us to see, that any other model of governing would be superior to democracy. And that seems very self-evident to us, I think. But it's obvious that it's not so self-evident to many people in other parts of the world. We have to ask, why does authoritarianism retain its appeal, even given its proven track record of failure over many decades? And even in affluent countries with long histories of democratic government. I think we need to look at how we as countries lucky enough to benefit from democracy, how we can, ensure that benefit that we have is not just ours, that we share that with others. And I think that is possible. I think people do become disillusioned, and I also always remember that, of course, what we really hear from authoritarian countries with authoritarian rule is we hear from their government. We very rarely hear from their people. And, if you look at Russia recently with their opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, that can be, what's happening there. That's not really a government of any description that we would recognise. It's really a regime.
Absolutely. Representative Nakatani, how about you? When you look at all of the issues Japan is facing, where does this battle between authoritarianism and democracy rank for you?
今、世界は自由と民主主義、そして、非民主国の権威主義とに二分されておりまして、自由主義のアメリカと権威主義の中国の間で、日本は自由主義の連携によって人権や民主主義を守っていきたい、そのために IPAC に入って活動しています。私は5年前に防衛大臣としてオーストラリアを訪問しました。ペイン、ディフェンスミニスターとですね、日豪の安全保障について議論しましたけど、中国の長年にわたる国防費の増大、東シナ海、南シナ海での現状変更の攻撃的な試みがもたらす危険に警鐘を鳴らして、今後、インド太平洋の海洋安全保障で、日豪連携で、協力をしていこうということを議論しました。しかし、経済界では距離の暴逆、ならぬ距離の贅沢の上にあぐらをかいて、中国のもたらす経済的利益のみに終始して、安全保障の脅威を看過しておりました。モリソンプライムミニスターが日本に昨年11月に来られて協議をしましたけど、日豪の共同声明には、両国は貿易は政治圧力をかけるための道具として決して使われてはならないことを確認をしました。大事なことは GATT WTO といったルールに基づく自由貿易体制から飛躍し、その維持強化を指導してきた我が国が、その精神をいかに具体的に行動に移していくのか。オーストラリア、中国に対して、オーストラリアの大麦の輸出に対するダンピング税をかけてますけど、WTO 協議を要請しました。今後、協議からパネル段階に進んでいくことが十分考えられます。日本としては、それぞれの段階でいかなる行動を取っていくかが問われており、中国によるレアアースの輸出規制措置が取られた際に、アメリカも EU もオーストラリアも率先して WTO での紛争解決の手続きに訴え、そのような経験を有する我が国こそ、こうしたオーストラリアはじめ同志国の行動の重みにですね、人一倍認識すべき立場にあると考えています。オーストラリアの貿易量をしっかり増やすと、中国に依存しないということと、あとTPP、これがまとまり続けたのは日本とオーストラリアの連携がありました。ASEAN 主導の RCEP の交渉に妥協に向けて、自由化とルールの強化の双方の観点から質を高めるべくですね、貢献したのは日本とオーストラリアでありまして、今後、大いに日米豪、そして EU、こういった協力をもとにですね、こういった経済的な連携を通じて、今の中国の圧力に対してですね、対抗していくことが必要じゃないかなというふうに思います。
I'm very glad that we've moved organically onto that question of economic coordination in relation to some of China's bullying tactics when it comes to trade. And the reason I'm glad for that is the Alliance of Democracies included in the charter for this Copenhagen summit a proposal for a kind of economic version of NATO's Article 5 collective defense clause. Essentially, that if one country were bullied with the sorts of tariffs that Australia has been bullied with recently, that Japan experienced a decade ago, that all the democracies in the club would unite to essentially put up a wall against that and bring legal action against the bully. What do each of you think of that prospect? Do we need to formalize this sort of democratic coordination through something like that Article 5 clause? Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Ryan. Could I just add, in response to Representative Nakatani's response to your question, just we in Australia, obviously, Japan and India have both taken a large volume of our coal. Only a few weeks ago, there were still 40 ships in a flotilla sitting off the coast of China waiting to unload their coal. They've been there for months, but we do know that India and Japan have taken a lot of our coal. So those other markets have increased substantially. So the overall volume of coal being traded is only down by about 8%. So we're very grateful to Japan and India. And obviously our barley has also, even though it was hit by an enormous tariff from China, our barley in fact reached a record number, which was about $250 million in exports in January this year. So which is, a record for barley. So even though, obviously, for example, there is no Australian who thinks that our wine is being dumped in China because it's too good to have anything like that happen to it. We are very aware of, this really what John Garneau called a canary in the coal mine, and that is Australia. And that is unfortunately the CCP's, a tactic they're using to warn other countries as well. So in relation to your question, I think something like Article 5 of NATO, but I also think that what we are seeing here in Australia in terms of our trade is that we are seeing that it is going into other economies and into other countries because what we produce here is very good. Our iron ore is world class, and in fact, China is still buying our iron ore, and it's at well over the level, the $55 mark in the table of assumptions in the Australian budget papers. But I think we, with other like-minded countries, we do have a trading system, and I think Representative Nakatani was talking about, the trade agreements here in this region. And I think we can probably look forward to having those realised at some point. There are other markets, and we don't think, I think a lot of parliamentarians I'm talking across the aisle and in the crossbench as well here, is it, if this was meant to be a tactic to make us buckle, it has not worked, and in fact, I think it has done the opposite. So I'll leave it there, but I think that we could displace, our what we trade that can go into other economies. It's very desirable produce, and we'll see if the Chinese Communist Party decides that perhaps their tactics have not been successful.
Representative Nakatani.
NATO の集団的防衛で経済版を作るということ、賛成です。日本はすでに日米安保条約がありまして、その第2条にですね、経済面の協力も含まれております。日本は NATO に入っておりませんが、NATO で、経済的な協力をするということは大賛成です。
Now, I have a question about the forums that we might use to organize ourselves as democracies. You each have been involved in the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. President Biden proposes to have a global democracy summit. And I think the United Kingdom is going to be organizing something in the vein of a D10 meeting alongside its G7 summit in June. How much does the forum matter versus the substance? What is it going to take for us to actually do that sharing of markets, sharing of ideas and best practices to make sure that we really are responding effectively to China's tactics? May as well go back to you, Senator Kitching.
Thank you, Ryan. Look, I think, both Representative Nakatani and I have been, had the privilege of being co-chairs for our countries at IPAC. I think this has been an incredible success. We've been able to share ideas, what a particular legislature might be doing. And I think they ferment those ideas and they can go, to other countries. And I think, for me, it's been a really learning experience and, to understand what's happening in other countries. I think, I think having the fora matters. And then I think it's up to that fora to the particular forum to have a discussion about, what it might, to inform itself and then to decide what it wants to do. So recently, for example, we heard from the Foreign Minister of Taiwan. This was, I think, I think particularly for countries not in our region, it's really interesting to hear from someone in the Taiwanese legislature. So I think, for Representative Nakatani and me, I mean, Taiwan is, a near neighbour, so we're very familiar. We read about it. We're very familiar with it. And I have been to Taiwan, to Taipei, and I think that's been, it certainly reminded me again that it is very much a thriving democracy. I think, obviously the substance matters. The other night I was speaking with ambassadors, including the Japanese ambassador to Australia, about, about multilateral fora really was what we were discussing. And those ideas, having a discussion as we did the other night about values and principles of democracies, I think it's a very valuable discussion. And those fora, whether they are informal or formal, go to actually, ensuring that democracies succeed. And I think we shouldn't be, I think about, the last, administration in the United States, and I think that there's a powerful lesson for us there, because no democratic government, no matter how old it is, how strong it is, how hallowed by tradition it is immune to the corrosive effects of cynicism and delusionment, or to the appeal of authoritarian populism, in fact, to those who feel left out or left behind. And what we need to do is ensure in our own democracies that those institutions, which are the pillars of democracy, are defended, and if I might say, actually aggressively defended in all our countries. So I think the fora, that we're involved with actually goes to aiding that.
Representative Nakatani, if I could turn to you, but with a different question. I'm wondering where you would like to see the Parliamentary Alliance on China go. What are the next steps for it? And how do you see this sort of increasing use of the tactic of sanctioning members of parliament by China? We're seeing it in all the continents of the world now. It's almost like you're creating a big club of all of the people who are critics of China and imposing sanctions on them. How would you like to see the response and the network develop?
はい、この問題は G7 で大きな議題となりますが、確実にG7 で声を上げていくことに対して中国には大きな影響力を与えていると思います。やはり勇気を持って日本も発言して行動することだと思いますが、残念ながら日本はまだマグニツキー法が成立をしておりませんので、国内活動を通じてですね、全力でこの法律が制定するように今取り組んでいる最中です。キッチング上院議員とはIPAC を通じて話し合いをしてますが、最初の時は日本はマグニツキー法もなくてですね、この人権外交また制裁をすることすらですね、日本の外務省は選択肢の一つにも入ってませんでした。しかし IPAC の連携によって各国の政治家がリーダーシップを発揮して次々とマグニツキー法を制定させて、そして中国に対して制裁を発動したんですね。これが非常に刺激となりまして、日本でも、こういった法律のことについて、各政党で議論検討するようになりまして、今では政府は今の法律でも解釈によってできるんだというようなところまで来てます。ですから日本でできることはまず、日本で、人権侵害に対して制裁できるという、その根拠法律を作って実際に、制裁をするということです。そして G7 において各国で、この中国の人権問題に、議論をして、G7 で連携してですね、行動することが大事だというふうに思います。
Excellent. Now, I think it's very important for the world to see that Magnitsky laws aren't just a European or an American concern. So the big breakthrough probably is if something can get on the law books in Japan. Senator Kitching, how far away is Australia from adopting a Magnitsky-style law? Is it along party lines? Is it some other priority issue that has kept it off the books until now?
The Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade wrote a unanimous report last year supporting Magnitsky legislation in Australia. So we're waiting for the government to bring this legislation to the Parliament. I myself have a private senator's bill tabled for Magnitsky legislation, but I'm happy to, if the government brings their legislation forward, we would support that. I'm always reminded of a former American President, Ronald Reagan, who said, there is no limit to what a man can achieve if he doesn't mind who gets the credit. And I don't really mind who brings the legislation forward, but I think we do need it. And I think we need it because, we want to be part of a group of countries that is going to shut the door in the face of human rights violators or people who have engaged in large-scale corruption. And remember, both of those tend to be against their own compatriots, their own fellow citizens. And I don't want Australia's, good land title system or our, all of the safeguards we have in place for people's rights for those type of people whom we would never accept in this country for some of the actions that they've engaged in. They shouldn't be able to use to gain succour from our system and our country. because they've managed to steal actually from their fellow citizens and use that money and actually buy property, for example, here in Australia. That should not happen. And the correspondence I receive would indicate that a lot of Australians, that they think that as well. They don't want those people here using our system to sort of hide their ill-gotten gains, or to sort of, to be able to have some sort of succor from their own, because they've committed human rights violations. So I think it's very important. What we've done here is, and I've been speaking to sort of civil society as well. So, for example, to the law societies in Australia, that was a way of familiarising it in that sort of legal context. But also, in fact, James Patterson, who's my co-chair at IPAC, and I wrote an op-ed for the Australian newspaper encouraging, and explaining what Magnitsky legislation is. So I think that it's become a much better known type of legislation here in Australia, and I think that's good. And I think, we would also be the fourth of the Five Eyes to have this legislation.
Mm-hmm. Now, we've got just a couple of minutes left, so maybe I'll turn to you again for just a minute, Senator Kitching, with a question on the Quad Alliance, reinvigorated under President Biden, with the very important role of India inside the tent. Where would you like to see that by the end of President Biden's first term? And the same question to you, Representative Nakatani, after the Senator.
I think that it won't just be a military alliance. And I mean, I think you can see that from the recent leaders meeting, where they decided to have a global response to the coronavirus pandemic. They decided to look at tech issues. I think that, and also issues around climate change. So I think it won't just be a military alliance. I think it will be much more than that. And in fact, if you come back to me in a few months' time, the committee I chair in the Senate, the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, is doing an inquiry into the Quad. So we're expecting that to be really informative for the Australian Parliament. And certainly we've approached lots of different governments, and also governments in our region. So not just the countries of the Quad, but just to see, what their submission, what they think the Quad would mean for them. And I feel that this will be a very important regional security architecture that we will have.
Thank you so much. And now a final brief word to you, Representative Nakatani.
この問題はインドのモディ首相のリーダーシップにかかっていると思います。今選挙をしておりますが、ぜひ再選していただいて、非常に中国に対してインドは懸念を強めてきております。そういった安全保障のグループとしてマラバールというですね、軍の共同演習があるんですけれども、これが日米豪印4カ国が定着をして、南シナ海、また太平洋で共同訓練やるようになりました。その中でも軸となるのがやっぱりアメリカとオーストラリアの米豪の協力関係であります。で、日本は憲法でですね、直接的な武力行使に関わることはできませんが、しかし日本としての範囲内でですね、こういった安全保障の協力ができると思いますので、そういうことでクアッドの実績を作りつつ、そして共同訓練を重ねてですね、実効ある組織に育てていくべきだと思います。
Wonderful. That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. Our next session, we're going to hear from two of those parliamentarians who have been sanctioned from China. Thank you both so much for your time and for your efforts to protect our democracies.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Representative Nakatani.
Thank you. See you again.
Thank you.
You already heard from those two sanctioned parliamentarians in the previous session, so that was a bonus for you. For those who are watching online, we're now going to take a short break. It's your chance to catch up on your emails, grab a coffee, and in 20 minutes, we'll be back with the Danish Foreign Minister. We'll see you then.
Freedom, peace, prosperity. It's a system where the majority opinion prevails, while minority opinions are celebrated. It's how we organize ourselves in the fairest way possible, so we live under the rule of law rather than the tyranny of the government. And it's a system that allows every person to be counted and valued regardless of their background. From the streets of Hong Kong to Myanmar, we have an opportunity to put democracy back in the ascendancy around the world. It is a cause for which millions of freedom fighters have dedicated their lives, and for which many have paid the ultimate price. And it's a cause worth fighting for.
Welcome back to the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Our next speaker is the Foreign Minister of Denmark, Jeppe Kofod, and he is in Brussels today, so he joins us via video. We're going to go and hear from Jeppe now.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we celebrate democracy. The reason is as simple as it's urgent. The values and principles that underpin our rule-based order are at stake. Diversity of opinion, freedom, right before might, rule of law. Forces in the world, both states and non-state actors, want to uproot these principles, roll back decades of progress, create a less free, less secure world. We must rise to the occasion, unite as democracies. Our unity is our strength. That is also why I, as Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, am preparing a new foreign and security policy strategy for Denmark. At its core will be a value-based approach. As Foreign Minister, my job is to seek dialogue and cooperation globally, especially with those actors who affect Denmark the most. At the same time, it is my responsibility to uphold the values that form the foundation of our free and open societies. We need to stand firmer, respond faster and stronger. When universal values like human rights and freedom of speech are under pressure. That is who we are. That is who we must be, defenders of democracy, rights and values. Against this background, the retaliatory and asymmetrical measures imposed on entities and individuals in EU, on members of parliament and on non-government affiliated entities, including on Alliance of Democracies, is deplorable. Freedom of speech and assembly is the foundation of a democracy. When challenged by intimidation from outside, it must be protected. My participation today reflects this aspiration. I wish you all a very successful summit.
To you, Weiwei Nu, an inspiring fighter for democracy. Welcome back to the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. The grim truth is that everything we have learned over the last year in Hong Kong was predicted by our guests at the 2020 Copenhagen Democracy Summit. The activist I interviewed a year ago, Joshua Wong, is currently in prison. He's a political prisoner. Today we'll hear from Nathan Law, who is now in exile in London, and he is firmly of the view that rule of law no longer exists in Hong Kong. Nathan spoke with the Alliance of Democracies Executive Director, Jonas Parejo-Plesner.
Hi, Nathan. Thanks a lot for doing this interview and for joining us here for the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. My first question would be to describe the current situation and the fight for democracy in Hong Kong.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nathan. I'm very honored to be here at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. It's an important platform for us to share our pursuit for democracy and to appeal for support for our democratic struggles. I was a protest leader in 2014's Umbrella Movement, and I was elected parliamentarian in 2016 at the age of 23, becoming the youngest ever elected legislator in Hong Kong. And I was also a political prisoner. For now, I'm in exile in London and under the wanted list of the national security law. So basically, I'm unable to go back to Hong Kong anymore, even though I've committed myself for the past years for the democratic struggle there. And by really looking at my profile, you could really see how deteriorated Hong Kong's political situation is. I was an elected parliamentarian, but for now, I became a fugitive. I am wanted under the national security law, alongside with the election overhaul took place a month ago, that in Hong Kong, we have completely lost our freedom of speech, freedom of political participation, and also every one of us are living in fear of being repressed by the government. Under the national security law, the government prosecutes free speech and political participation in the name of national security, but indeed they are quashing dissident voice in order to retain political hegemony, in order to retain the Chinese government's complete dominance in Hong Kong's political space. So before, we thought that Hong Kong was a place that enjoys division of power, that enjoys a vibrant civil society, and people, they could express their opinion freely. But for now, as Xi Jinping has become much more assertive and confident in his authoritarianism, he transplants the idea of a hegemonic government in mainland China into Hong Kong and quashing all our understandings of division of power, of checks and balances, of rule of law. So in Hong Kong, we have seen a complete crackdown on the democratic system, and the election overhaul that directly imposed by Beijing makes Hong Kong's legislative council to become another rubber stamp chamber, and massively decreasing the seats of direct election and the democratic participation of Hong Kong people. So to conclude, for now, we've seen the effect of national security law. People dare not to chant the slogan they used to be speaking about. Political campaigners, they are locked in jail or either on trial or in exile. And for us, we have been witnessing Hong Kong turning into just an ordinary Chinese city under the Communist Party's dictatorship. And for now, the protest movement turns to be more subtle and covert. It's difficult for us to march down to the street openly, but we can channel our energy of support to supporting the economic circle that support the movement, the cultural artists that produce artifacts that are supporting the cause of democracy, and for those journalists who are defending front lines and reporting at the front lines of conflict, we are still supporting them. There is still room for activism, but it's just turned a bit more subtle. But at the end of the day, as long as Hong Kong people do not give up, and we will not give up, there will be democratic movement and we will persist.
Thank you, Nathan. That was actually going to be my second question, is really, since we are gathered here at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, to hear you about what can the international community do more? What can people here today in the room What can governments that have representatives to participate? What do you want to see happen to push change?
For the past 2 decades, the world has stepped into a democratic decline. According to the VDEM report last year, in 2020, it was the first year the authoritarian institutions outnumber the democratic ones since 2001. And that decline lingers. We are still seeing much more institutions around the world turning more authoritarian in 2021. And one of the core reasons why we saw that rise of authoritarianism is, I believe, the democratic community had complacency, especially when they was dealing with China. There was a classic modernization theory that they thought China would step into with the rise of middle class, rise of economy, and the demands for rule of law system. The West believed that China would step into a modernization path, becoming more democratic and free and liberal. But in fact, China has been stepping into the exact opposite way. Under Xi Jinping's leadership, it became much more authoritarian, exporting authoritarianism through its global initiative and committing human rights violation in order to retain a complete dominant position and quash all the dissents, no matter in Xinjiang and in Hong Kong. So we have seen that trend, and the world has not been acting actively to counter it. So by having this opportunity, I would like to appeal to the democratic countries to stop being complacent, to act. And by doing so, we need a change of perception. We haven't been really seeing the global democratic decline as a global problem, just like pandemic and climate emergency issue. And for now, we have to see it in that angle. We need global agenda, we need global coordination, we need alliance, and we need timetable and actions. And so I think an alliance for democratic countries to tackle authoritarian expansion is much needed. It entails actions, for example, to sanction officials that are responsible for human rights violation, to have a human rights clause when we deal with them, no matter it's on investment or commercial trade, to have a rigorous checks on the infiltration and espionage activities of these countries in our democratic communities in order to avoid being dismantled and discredited from inside out. These are important elements, and this is the time for us to act. Otherwise, it will be too late. The wave of authoritarian rise will eventually come to your doorstep, and by the time we can no longer to reverse that. So I think this is a time to act. This is a time for us to see it as a genuine global problem, to solve it with unity and with coordinated actions.
Thank you, Nathan. My next question is going to be a little bit more about yourself that you touched upon originally, on what prompted you in the first place to work for freedom and democracy, and how personally you also, of course, see yourself continuing that struggle.
I believe that democratic system is the best governing system, even though it's not perfect, but it's at least the system that could nurture accountable government, rule of law, and respect to human dignity. In Hong Kong, we used to think Hong Kong was a free place without democracy, but we can really learn lessons from it. Our freedom, our dignity, without the protection of democracy, are extremely fragile. And if you look at the situation of Hong Kong, which I've been through since the 2019 protest movement, we've got more than 10,000 people being arrested. A couple thousand of them are going through court process. A couple hundreds of them are being locked to jail. And my friend Joshua Wong is one of them. I think Joshua was also present in the summit last year. And my heart is always with him. It's pity that almost all the political campaigners in Hong Kong are either on trial, in jail, or in exile. And I believe that fighting for democracy, paving the way for me to back home and appealing for the international community's support, indeed help us to save them from this political persecution, and to urge the government to respect our basic human rights and basic freedom. I think being involved in politics, one of my initial thoughts is how we could decrease the sufferings of people, how we could be in a society that respects each of us. And for the demagogues and people who are obsessive with power, we've got tools to hold them accountable. And that's what a democratic community could do. And that's what democracy could serve. So for me, it's personal because I've got lots of friends in jail. I've been to jail. I understand how terrible it is. And it's about our society, our communities, and about all the well-beings of our Hong Kongers. So it's a commitment, it's a vocation. And for me, even though I am forced to leave Hong Kong, a place that I truly love, and a place that I will commit myself for a very, very long time to fight for democracy forward. But I'll still continue the fight and be the voice of Hong Kong.
It's now my great pleasure to reintroduce to you YY Nu, who's an inspiring fighter for democracy. She's a member of Myanmar's Rohingya minority, and she was made a political prisoner at the age of 18, sentenced to 17 years in prison at the age of 18, if you can imagine that. She was released in 2012 after serving 7 years, and she's gone on to complete a law degree in California and to continue her fight for democracy in Myanmar, which is particularly under challenge in 2021. So I'd now like to welcome her, if we can get her up on the screen. Hi, YY.
Hello.
I hope you heard that introduction I gave you. We've obviously all followed this devastating turn of events in your home country in 2021. At least 700 killed, I'm sure many more when we can get to the bottom of it, 3,000 political prisoners. That's obviously the price of the military trying to enforce its illegitimate rule. But it's very hard, I think, for some of us to know exactly what's going on day to day because of the communication blackouts, because of the attacks on journalists. So I was wondering if you could give us your reading of the situation. What is the latest that you are hearing? How is this heroic resistance holding up? We've all seen some of the images of your compatriots fighting against the military, and what is your take on it?
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you for having me. I'm very honored to speak to you today and to be joining this important summit. First of all, you know, the people of my country, Myanmar, have fought for democracy for decades, from our independence from the British in 1948 and our mass uprising against the military dictatorship in 1990s and to today. And I have seen my father himself has fought for democracy his entire life. Now again, since the February military coup on the February 1st, our people have engaged in, as you said, non-violent civil disobedience movement on the street, to the protests against the military coup, for a true democracy that they have never seen. Aside from like three fingers salute from Hunger Games, we have also adopted many creative ways to fight against the military, such as organizing now, another way, a guerrilla-style protest during the daytime, and at nighttime banging pot and pan, and even like a feminist movement called Tamang or Sarong revolutions, using the femininity against the masculine, a very masculine military. However, as you said, now it's actually 100-day. Tomorrow is going to be 100-day since coup. The military has killed over 700 people and arbitrarily detained and arrested more than 3,000 people within 100 days. As I speak now, the junta is unlawfully arresting people at night and killing people at daytime. And they have even killed children as young as 6 and tortured women in detains. And just this week, a poet called Kathy was arrested, and his body was returned to his family the next day. It was yesterday. And this is like daily experiences of Myanmar, people in Myanmar today. And this is just an example of how people have been experiencing coup. As I speak, the protests are ongoing, and the civil disobedience movement, the government staff, public servants stop going to the office is ongoing. And there are many other forms of protests and protest against the military is ongoing. At the same time, as I said, military is hunting after these young people, killing young people and arresting them. And many of them who have been detained already have even no information about their whereabouts. So this is very extremely concerning. And I would say this is the darkest moment of our time in Myanmar.
If I could maybe ask you to tell us a bit more, give us a flavor of the many flavors of democratic activists in Myanmar. I think a lot of outsiders have reduced your movement to the National League for Democracy, or they know the name Aung San Suu Kyi, and they don't know how decentralized and how rich the tapestry is of people who are fighting for democracy. Can you explain a little to the audience about that?
Of course. So recently, National League for Democracy have formed a national unity government alongside with their winning parliamentarian in the past elections in 2020 November. So aside from that, actually, there's the protest and the democracy movement itself has been very, very decentralized. It started from the doctors and nurses and public servants, school teachers, from the day one of the military coup. So they started this civil disobedience movement, and then the street protest has started by young people, by young women, by workers and by laborers. So these protests has started from the very grassroots level. It wasn't actually organized by National League for Democracy. So and since then, the entire younger generation has come out to protest against the military coup and saying no more dictatorship, no more military dictatorship, and urging for a true democracy, an inclusive federal democracy that they wanted, that the country is needed so badly. Our country has never seen a true freedom and democracy since we've got independence in 1948. And now people really need, as the world is moving ahead, we are far left behind. And young people, our young generations, started to realize we deserve freedom, we deserve democracy so that we can move on. We can catch the world, the developing world. And that's the desire is the military coup is somehow a slap to their future, their dreams, and basically destroying the dreams for many young people. And I think that's the main reason why the democracy movement is so strong until now, after seeing so much of this brutal attacks and killings against the people.
If I could ask you now about the role of foreign governments and the support your movement needs from those governments. What is it that needs to be the highest priority? Is it a coordinated arms embargo? Is it coordinated sanctions against the many business interests of the military? Because that is essentially how they're funding themselves. Or is it something else that the protesters need to receive directly? What is it you want foreign governments to do next?
Definitely, we need support from everybody, from the governments, from the public at this time, more than ever. Know that this is our last chance for the fight for the democracy. And in the past, actually, the world has believed in flawed democracy as true democracy and failed to hold the military leaders accountable for their brutal crimes, especially the governments, including the US government and Western governments. And I now urge to support our calls, all the governments that include the referral of the situations of Myanmar to the International Criminal Court through the UN Security Council, and also, as you rightly pointed out, establishing a global arms embargo and imposing sanctions on the military and its businesses. These are three calls that we've been calling for. Even before the military coup, we haven't addressed the international crimes that has been committed by the military, and that is the very reason that why military coup could happen. And that's why we continue to call these three calls, and we need it more in a more comprehensive manner, a more coordinated manner. It's not going to work if one country and two countries impose these sanctions. We need it in a more comprehensive and coordinated response from the government.
Now, I have a question about ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and I'm asking it because we've seen China and Russia blocking further action at the UN Security Council. We already know that democracies together support you, but ASEAN is a bit of a mixed body, and it will be led by the Cambodian dictatorship next year. So I'm wondering if there's just a small window of opportunity to try and squeeze something out of that regional player to support you, and what might that look like?
Yeah, I mean, we need to understand that ASEAN is one of the weakest regional institutions on earth. And given that their history of and human rights record of the ASEAN member state, I think it will be utterly wrong to expect ASEAN to bring the solutions for Myanmar. But again, we need support from the ASEAN countries. We need support from the neighboring countries. And I think it is important that the world realize what ASEAN is capable of doing and what the role should be, and then move on to really support. Right now, I feel like the world is waiting for ASEAN to bring the solutions from Myanmar, and it's never going to happen. They might be able to interfere in like humanitarian, providing humanitarian support. We've been calling for this humanitarian corridor, ASEAN humanitarian corridor, and that is feasible. And they might be able to push military a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily mean military will listen to them and military will follow their consensus or their recommendations. Last month, we had the first ASEAN summit on Myanmar, but then the military continued to kill people, violently cracking down the protesters, and continue to consolidate their power instead of following any of this, even very weak consensus or recommendation they came across. So I think that is the very reason that we really need UN Security Council and the rest of the world, the governments, to take the actions that we've been calling for. Otherwise, the Burmese Myanmar military did not stage a coup to return the power. They're not going to do it, period, knowing that. So
well, that message is clear then. It's on the shoulders of democracies now to step in and take action.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all we've got time for. I'm sorry, YY, but it's been an honor to hear your perspective. So thank you very much for sharing them. And I now invite Jean back onto the stage for our next speaker. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Venezuela was once the most prosperous economy in Latin America, but its economy is on the ropes, complicated, of course, by the pandemic. Nicolas Maduro remains in power after an election in 2018 that Western democracies called a sham. Jonas Pereira-Presner, executive director of the Alliance of Democracies, earlier spoke with Juan Guaido, who is the interim president of Venezuela.
And Guaido, it's a pleasure to have you join us here at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. My first question would be really for you to describe the situation in Venezuela.
Primero quiero agradecer la amable invitación de este importante espacio, Alliance of Democracies, y a la importancia que le damos como venezolanos en la defensa y promoción de la democracia. Hoy la situación en Venezuela es muy crítica, y para entender lo crítica que es también es importante comparar. Hace no mucho tiempo Venezuela estaba entre los primeros países de Latinoamérica en PIB per cápita. Era un país de inmigrantes hasta hace muy poco. Hoy en Venezuela hay más de 6 millones de refugiados alrededor del mundo, venezolanos que tuvieron que emigrar por falta de oportunidades. Hoy en Venezuela tenemos el salario mínimo más bajo del mundo, del planeta Tierra. Seguimos teniendo las reservas petroleras más grandes del planeta. En este momento las reservas petroleras comprobadas más grandes del planeta. Hay una ausencia de medicina, de servicios públicos. Tenemos lamentablemente hoy 4 años continuos, y atención con esto, de hiperinflación. Cuando hablo del salario mínimo, para que se hace segundos, son no más de $3 al mes en este momento en Venezuela. Según estudios, 90% de la población hoy vive en situación de pobreza extrema en nuestro país. Venezuela es uno de los 5 países, según Transparencia Internacional, lamentablemente, más corrupto del mundo. Según Freedom House, compartimos los índices de libertad con Libia, Yemen, Sudán del Sur o Corea del Norte. Esa es la situación hoy, digamos, en indicadores, de alguna manera, en Venezuela. Pudiera abonar más ahí, pero quiero hacer énfasis también en el dolor humano, en lo que ha representado la tortura, la persecución, esos 5 millones de familias, digamos, separadas, precisamente en situación de refugio, migrantes o en situación de vulnerabilidad. En este momento, mientras estamos conversando, hay un enfrentamiento armado en Apure, frontera con Colombia. Es decir, la situación es catastrófica. Ha catalogado la ONU hoy de emergencia humanitaria compleja. Ustedes saben, compleja quiere decir que fue por factor humano. El Programa Mundial de Alimentación, que afortunadamente logró un acuerdo para ingresar a Venezuela, ha hablado de que somos uno de los 5 países también en riesgo de hambruna, en conjunto nuevamente con Afganistán, Sudán o Yemen. Esto configura una situación muy difícil. Ahora, también debo decir que en este contexto estamos luchando los venezolanos. En este contexto hemos construido mayoría, hemos organizado, hemos movilizado, hemos logrado consolidar una opción de recuperar precisamente nuestra democracia. Esta crisis multidimensional y humanitaria se debe precisamente, por cierto, a la falta de democracia, a conculcar, a arrebatar libertades fundamentales a los venezolanos. Cuando lo que queremos es votar, cuando lo que queremos es elegir, recuperar los contrapesos de las instituciones, la fortaleza de las instituciones. La situación es crítica porque perdimos la democracia en Venezuela. Tiene un mensaje importante a los países del mundo. La democracia siempre está en juego. Solamente fortaleciendo las instituciones, promocionando los derechos, empoderando y fortaleciendo a la sociedad, a la ciudadanía, a los jóvenes, podremos tener nosotros defensa de la democracia, pero también que sea una duradera y que podamos preservarla. En este momento, además, debo decir, hay más de 300 presos políticos, militares y perseguidos, miles de exilados en Venezuela. Nada de eso por causa política, en este caso. Nada de eso nos va a detener, ni el gran sueño de ver a millones regresar a Venezuela, de ver recuperada nuestra libertad y poner nuestro grano de arena en este concierto mundial de recuperar la democracia y, por supuesto, fortalecerla.
Gracias, Señor Presidente. So my next question would be on what we are assembled today at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. What can the international democratic community, from governments to civil society, do more to help Venezuela and you in the current situation?
Por un momento histórico, una encrucijada también. Creo que el debate hoy mundial, los grandes debates, por supuesto, con respecto al calentamiento global, la protección necesaria del ambiente, pero también de la democracia versus autoritarismo, versus populismo, de alguna manera en el mundo. Debemos nosotros poner el foco en las libertades, en la democracia, que está en su peor momento, por cierto. Según los indicadores también presentado recientemente, cuando habla de la democracia, de la calidad del Estado de la democracia. Así como luego de 2 guerras mundiales el mundo se unió para buscar la paz, creo que ha llegado el momento de unirse para buscar y consolidar la democracia y las libertades, desde los líderes mundiales hasta los ciudadanos de las Américas, pasando por Europa hasta llegar a Asia o África. Creo que este espacio de Alliance of Democracies es un espacio importante, precisamente para resaltar la importancia de los valores democráticos y cómo se concatenan directamente, por supuesto, con el progreso, con el bienestar, con la estabilidad del mundo. Hemos visto cómo desde Venezuela se promociona el terrorismo, se promociona incluso el narcotráfico, se financia directa e indirectamente, y eso ha repercutido de manera negativa en nuestros países vecinos. Estamos en un mundo cada vez más interdependiente. La pandemia nos lo reflejó claramente a todos en este momento. No hay tiempo que perder. Cuando el autoritarismo se expande y se pone en peligro nuestra seguridad y sobre todo la seguridad incluso del mundo. Yo creo que hay que buscar mecanismos inmediatos de hacer responsable, accountability, a los violadores de derechos humanos y corrupción. No permitir que el sistema bancario mundial acepte dinero manchado de sangre, en el caso de lo que sucede en Venezuela con el tráfico de minería ilegal, o peor aún, por violación de derechos humanos y sistemática destrucción de los derechos fundamentales, porque en definitiva también deteriora no solamente los derechos fundamentales y humanos, como en este caso la dignidad de los venezolanos, pero también de alguna manera perturba el sistema económico mundial y favorece tendencias autoritarias. Creo que era ser responsable directamente a estos violadores de derechos humanos, no permitir que salten, que bypasseen estas restricciones es importante, pero también llamar la atención, por ejemplo, de grandes empresas de comunicación a nivel mundial, lo que llaman las Big Tech, hoy por hoy, para ayudar a vencer la censura. Por ejemplo, en el caso de Venezuela, solamente en el 2020 hay más de 327 ataques a la prensa libre. Desde las nuevas tecnologías podemos hacer más para poder nosotros vencer este tipo de censura y poder ayudar a informar a todos los aliados. Como hablaba del sistema financiero, pero también de los países del mundo. Creo que urge un encuentro, de muy alto nivel de cara a la Alliance of Democracies, de cara a los países democráticos del mundo, de cómo hacer responsables en este momento. Las compañías también creo que tienen una forma de hacer. Recientemente veíamos un interesante, digamos, spot que se hizo viral con respecto al maltrato animal y que las empresas, el uso que le dan a esto. Yo creo que las empresas que hoy se aprovechan, por ejemplo, de lugares con falta de democracia, que utilizan una especie de esclavitud moderna en detrimento de derechos fundamentales, yo creo que también es un momento de llamar la atención. Es decir, no solamente es de los grandes países democráticos, no solamente, por supuesto, de los ciudadanos, que debemos organizarnos mucho mejor para hacer contrapeso a las dictaduras y buscar el apoyo de aliados democráticos. También hay una responsabilidad global y social de las empresas financieras, de las empresas de comunicaciones, de los ciudadanos. Como hoy buscamos productos que son con buen trato a cierto sector, también deberíamos hacerlo incluso con el tema de las democracias, las libertades y el respeto fundamental a los derechos. Esta concientización también es importante, pero también hay que llamar la atención. En el caso, por ejemplo, de Venezuela, la Carta Interamericana de los Derechos Humanos, su función, su utilidad, hoy que vemos a una dictadura señalada por delitos de lesa humanidad ante la Corte Penal Internacional. Hay que darle utilidad. La Carta no es el problema es qué utilidad le damos los países democráticos y las sociedades y ciudadanos a su ejecución. Al igual que, por ejemplo, la responsabilidad de proteger es útil, no es útil, es aplicable en un momento de altísima tensión internacional. Las sanciones que han sido polémicas en el caso de Venezuela, cuáles son esos mecanismos para evitar que capitales manchados de sangre, producto de la corrupción, de violación de derechos humanos inunden capitales financieros internacionales, pero también evitar que sean utilizados para reprimir, para torturar, para perseguir, en el caso de Venezuela. Creo que adicionalmente una alianza de frentes democráticos de lucha, como lo que está sucediendo en Bielorrusia, como lo que está sucediendo en Uganda, en Nicaragua, pero también en Cuba o en Myanmar. Creo que es importante apoyar a los que están hoy en terreno, a los que están hoy en la primera línea de batalla en contra de este tipo de régimen. Entonces creo que es mucho lo que podemos dejar hacer y es mucho lo que debemos dejar de hacer para poder soportar en este momento la democracia, no solamente en el caso de Venezuela, sino también alrededor del mundo. En el caso de los venezolanos, nos mantendremos de pie exigiendo algo sencillo: elecciones presidenciales libres y justas, que sea el pueblo de Venezuela que pueda decidir su futuro. Por esa sencilla petición hemos resistido ataques, hemos resistido violación de derechos humanos, hemos resistido vilipendio, mentiras por parte de la dictadura. Lo más importante es que nos mantenemos firmes por estos valores fundamentales. Desde Venezuela les digo, la democracia siempre está en juego. La disfrutamos por mucho tiempo en nuestro país y la perdemos. Hay que defenderla y hay que defender los principios fundamentales de ella.
We have seen the fight for democracy play out literally on the streets of Belarus, where massive pro-democracy demonstrations have been put down by security forces loyal to President Alexander Lukashenko. Jonas Perello-Presner also spoke earlier with Svetlana Tinuskaya. She is the leader of Democratic Belarus.
Svetlana Tinuskaya, welcome to the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. We're excited to host you. I was going to ask you initially to describe the situation in Belarus and how the situation is on the ground at the moment.
You know, Belarus now in political and humanitarian crisis. Political crisis is because of fraudulent elections, and people were not agree, of course, to these elections and started to protest peacefully. And after regime made 3 days of hell in Belarus, people also started to demonstrate not only against fraudulent elections, but against violence and tortures in jails. And this crisis is only because the regime is cleaning up to the power and doesn't want people to decide themselves whom they want to see as the leader of our country. And humanitarian crisis because since election day, even before election day, many Belarusians have been detained. And since election day, more than 35,000 people, politically motivated detentions has happened, and at the moment 3,000 criminal cases opened, and at the moment 370 political prisoners in Belarus, though this number is growing all the time and day to day. But despite the huge level of violence in Belarus, people are not giving up. People continue to fight. They have to look for not non-trivial ways to fight to this regime. People continue to resist. People self-organize now. You know, different groups of people like medics, students, workers are gathering into organizations and try to resist within this organization. And we are always in constant dialogue with people who are on the ground. We are communicating, we inspire each other. We have to know what's in reality happening on the ground, because I'm in exile and I can't be in the country, but I have to know what's going on, and so that's we are communicating all the time. And so we have so many victims in Belarus. We don't want this to continue, and we want this political crisis be solved peacefully. That's why we are looking for dialogue with the regime, because they also have to understand that with the help of repressions that they will not be able to normally to rule the country. And now we are looking for mediators, we are looking for negotiation with the regime, we are looking for platform of these negotiations. But of course, the regime doesn't want to leave the power. It's not about dictatorship. That's why we continue to put pressure inside the country, and we are looking for more pressure from international society, just to release political prisoners, to start this dialogue, and to have new elections in this autumn.
That was precisely what I was going to turn to now. How can we help? Here at the Copenhagen Democracy Summit, we've assembled a large part of the democratic community. What can we do more to help democratic Belarus?
Of course, we need attention and we need support of other democratic countries for whom freedom, laws and democracy are not just empty words. They really want to help other countries to come through the difficult way towards democracy. And, there are like just three pillars of help: justice, pressure, and solidarity. Pressure is full isolation, political isolation, and financial isolation of the regime, like imposing sanctions on those who are responsible for atrocities, for violence in our country, and targeted, smart sanctions on businesses that are wallets of Lukashenko. We need help with mediation. We want European countries to organize a high-level conference on resolving the crisis that would be open to representatives of Belarus regime and Russia as well. And we need promoting justice for perpetrators, again, by imposing sanctions. We want to avoid impunity. We want everybody who is guilty in atrocities and violence have to be brought to justful court in the future. And we need solidarity with people who are suffering now. Our journalists are under pressure, students, striking workers, women, all the nation is under pressure. And we need to support all those people, like to be vocal about journalists, try to help continue education for students, support striking workers or independent trade unions, organize different events about women, about doctors, differently. There are a lot of ways how to stay vocal about our situation, simultaneously helping us.
Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people here at the summit will keep being vocal about your situation. Last, I was going to ask you about your own background for getting into fighting for freedom and democracy.
For sure, my way is a little bit different from the way of other politicians, because I'm not an experienced person. My first step to this difficult path was only for love to my husband, but then I also was involved in this ocean of desire of Belarusian people for democratic future. And I'm studying a lot. I have opportunity to communicate to a lot of experienced international leaders, and it supports me that democratic countries are standing together with Belarusians on our difficult path. It's on the one side. On the other side, of course, I'm grateful and I'm inspired by Belarusian people who are not giving up despite of the, toughest level of repressions. You can't even imagine what's happening in jails, what's happening on the ground, because it's horrible. We have repressions that Europe haven't seen for 40 years. And every my day is full of fear. It's full of fear for people who are on the ground, full of fear for my children, but it's full of pain for everybody who's in jail. Again, I'm always returning back to people who are in jails and administrations. They are under huge pressure. Their lack of water, food, pillows, medical assist there. They are. It's awful situation, just not to frighten you. But despite of all this, I'm moving forward, because every day my children ask me, where is our daddy? And I know that thousands of families in Belarus and exile have faced the same problems. Where are our relatives? Why are they there? So I'm pushed by feeling of fear and pain and justice, of course.
We are impressed, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, by your courage. We are happy here at the summit to support your mission, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
We heard earlier from Nico Jaspers that in the Democracy Perception Index, 48% of people saw big tech as a threat to democracy. I talked about that subject earlier with a couple of women who are deeply involved in it. I would like to welcome now the Vice President of the European Commission, Vera Jourova, also Vijaya Gadi, Head of Legal Policy and Trust at Twitter. Thank you both for being here today. There may not be any more important topic for us to discuss here at this summit than the interplay between tech and social media and democracy. It is a very complex problem, including many questions. For instance, where do you draw the line between free speech and harmful speech? Who draws that line? And how do you ensure that the lines are actually respected in the end? Well, the Perception Index tells part of the story. 48% of those responding to the poll said that big tech is a threat to democracy in their country. And when it came to the question of whether tech should be regulated, 39% wanted more regulation to protect democracy, 17% said they wanted less, and also people who were worried about free speech did want less regulation. I have to start with the Facebook Oversight Board in its decision. It said that Facebook was correct in banning Donald Trump from Facebook, but they felt that it was inappropriate to have an indefinite suspension. And so they have given Facebook 6 months to make a final decision on what his status will be. Commissioner, I'd like to get your response to this first, since you had said to Politico a few months ago, the fact that big tech firms can silence a sitting U.S. president based on unclear criteria and without oversight can be dangerous to free speech. What do you think of what the Oversight Board did?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you again for inviting me. Well, I always fear when I'm confronted with my own votes, whether I can be consistent. I can be on this one because what I said, I meant that, well, they probably didn't have much choice than to ban President Trump, yeah, because it was, according to many, the incitement to violence. And what I'm critical about is the ad hoc character of these decisions, unpredictability, managerial decisions on who to switch, who will be switched on and who will be switched off next time. And I think that this unpredictability, case-by-case decision-making, ad hoc solutions, this is something which we would not like to see in Europe. That's why, together with some understanding for the action of Facebook, I accompanied it with the conviction that in Europe, we want the law to define these rules so that the decisions of the managers of the technological operators will be predictable, will be based on the law, will be also objects of more transparency. We need to know more what's happening on the platforms and in that decision making. So we are watching, in fact, what's happening in the US to take lessons from the EU, also for our regulatory plans.
Ms. Gotti, you were involved in the decision of Twitter to ban Trump permanently from the platform. What's your reaction to what you just heard from the commissioner, that this should all be set out in law?
Well, I do think that it's definitely a matter of collaboration, and the Vice President raises some really important points about transparency, consistency, and I think that this is really a place where we can collaborate effectively. Twitter has recently put out a public comment period on our world leaders policy, and we have asked for comments from civil society, government officials, academics, and we received over 49,000 or around 49,000 public comments on this policy. I think we all found ourselves in a very unprecedented situation that we needed to act in, and we tried to be as consistent and transparent about our decision-making in that timeframe. But we obviously, need to make sure that these policies are scalable and they meet the global needs of everyone, not just ours. And I would say one other thing. While I do believe companies have a really important role in terms of corporate governance and understanding their role and responsibility in society, I strongly believe that it is people and their citizens specifically who should hold governments accountable, not corporations.
Collaboration sounds great, but not every platform is willing to do that. In cases when they won't, is this a decision that should be made in the end by the platform, or should it be made by government?
Well, I think at the end of the day, there's two layers of governance here. There are always going to be platform policies that come into play that we need to enforce according to the purpose of our particular platform. In the case of Twitter, it's to serve the public conversation. And of course, we need to have platform governance mechanisms. But the government itself has a role to play, as they've shown. And hopefully what we can do is cooperate very closely with the government to make sure that we understand what their objectives are and that their solutions are actually scalable and not ones that are going to only entrench the largest players.
Commissioner, the EU is talking about regulating tech through the Digital Services Act and the European Democracy Action Plan. Can you lay out in general terms what these would do to protect democracy?
Yes, we decided to regulate, after all. First of all, I will start once again. We recognize all the positive things which the digital sphere is bringing to the society. At the same time, we decided to come with a regulation because we need to address in a targeted manner all the risks, and I could go through them. We all know what I speak about, that it is the dissemination of disinformation, which is not illegal, but it can be very harmful and dangerous content. We see it now in COVID. We see a lot of crime being distributed through the networks. Yeah, and here I would slightly not agree with what we heard from Viaya, that it should be the governments to order. It should be the law to order, because when we want the platforms to be free of crime, not to distribute child pornography, not to distribute hate speech, terrorism, we mainly say what is illegal offline must be also illegal online. And here the cooperation of the platforms is key to understand what's prohibited content by the law, what is prohibited content also in the case law of the constitutional courts in all the member states. So this is what we are looking at. We want the digital world, and not only the platforms which commit themselves through different codes, but all the platforms, all the business players. We want them to be more responsible, to be more transparent, to enable the oversight bodies to look into the algorithms, how they work. Because speaking about endangering democracy, We have to look at how algorithms work. And this is what I sometimes call the privatization of the public debate. Yeah, the people are discussing within the bubble, and then they are confronted with real life, where they hear different opinions. This is a big shock. And democracy, of course, it's a discussion, it's a dialogue, it's sometimes a big noise, especially now in a quickly changing world. And we simply see the deformation of the ability for this discussion by being trapped in those bubbles.
Ms. Gotti, how do you react to this proposal? Should this become law? What effect is it going to have on your business? And more specifically, are you willing to share your algorithms so other people can see what you're doing?
Thank you. I think these raise really important points. I would say that Digital Services Act and the Democracy Action Plan are taking a much more progressive approach to addressing some of the online challenges. So I am confident we're moving in the right direction. And there's always an opportunity for industry and companies like Twitter to collaborate even further with the Commission to make sure that these solutions actually make sense. I think that this is exactly right on algorithms. We do need to focus on this. I come at it from a slightly different perspective, which is really about offering consumers choice around how the content they see is surfaced to them and how it's discovered, because algorithms themselves are very, very complicated, of course, and just providing insight into them isn't going to be enough. And the technological place that we're in today, I don't think enables that to be a very meaningful thing for most consumers. However, giving consumers the opportunity to turn off those algorithms so that they're not influencing what they see, or even further, which is where Twitter hopes to go, is giving them choice over which algorithms they use and who creates those algorithms is really, I think, a very, very interesting future state for us.
So let me follow up on that, if I might. If you agree that this is an important tool, why hasn't it happened already?
Well, I think it has happened, actually. If you look at Twitter as an example, we do offer the capability to disable the ranking algorithm on your home timeline. So you can have a reverse chronological feed, and we don't hide that in the settings. It's right on your timeline. So if you don't want Twitter to rank your content and you only want to see the content from the people that you follow in a reverse chronological timeline, that is very easy. It is one click.
Commissioner, foreign election interference is a huge issue. Going back to the Democracy Perception Index and its findings one more time, it tells us that fear about foreign election interference has grown from 55% to 60%. How do you deal with that?
Yes, these are just telling figures that we have to deal with that, because we have so many examples now how the public space was affected by foreign interference, by the well-targeted disinformation campaigns, by abusing the access to private data. The Cambridge Analytica case is still living with us as a stark reminder that we should do something more to protect the elections as the competition of visions of real people, and not the competition of dirty methods and manipulative techniques. So to protect elections against foreign manipulation, but also against the technologies which might end up in manipulation, we are planning to come with the regulation which is focusing purely on political advertising online. You cannot find it in the Digital Services Act, which is the general regulation, where there are the things which we spoke about, the increase of responsibility, increase of transparency, the oversight, and so on. I really wanted to have a special set of rules for political campaigning, because I do believe that the methods of marketing of products to be sold to consumers, it is a different story from selling politicians to citizens. And that here we have to be much more demanding on transparency so that the people know that they read sponsored content. Also on transparency about financing of the sponsored content. We want to cover also the advertisers, and we want to look into how to make sure that the foreign interference will not influence the elections. So in the European Democracy Action Plan, we have an indication of what will be in this regulation, which we will adopt by the end of this year. A special attention we pay to the micro-targeting as the marketing method, because here I believe, again, we should be stricter than for the normal marketing of products to be sold to consumers.
Ms. Gotti, is that the right approach? Is it an effective approach? And let me ask you also about the foreign trolls and bots and what Twitter can do to help keep them from overtaking the dialogue on your platform.
Yes, we actually do think that a lot of this is the right approach. In fact, Twitter was one of the first and largest social media platforms to ban political advertising, because we saw the challenges associated with micro-targeting and what it could enable, and that the stakes were very high given...
Excuse me for interrupting, but do you ban those ads entirely, or is it just during elections, close to elections?
No, they are banned in their entirety. We have some limited exception for cause-based advertising. This is around specific things like climate change and things that we want to allow people to discuss political issues. But when it comes to any mention of a candidate or anything related to an election, those ads are banned holistically across the platform, regardless of whether there's an election period at play. So we agree that this is a very dangerous world that we're in with respect to how these ads can influence the outcomes of elections. And we wanted to be very proactive here. And this is something that we did long before the last US election. On the other issue that you mentioned, which is foreign interference, I would say that this is a very troubling trend that we're seeing. You know, state actors using their very significant power to manipulate online discourse. It's very troubling. It is something that is going to be very detrimental to our customer use case. Customers don't want to use a platform where they don't know who they're engaging with or where their information is coming from. So we're doing a couple of things here, which I would love to see across the industry. One, we are disclosing all of the state-backed information operations that we discover into a database, so that researchers can have access to that information, identify what's being targeted, and potentially combat those narratives, or understand the methods that are being used and prevent those from continuing to be used across platforms. So I think that's really critical, that transparency layer of what governments are actually doing. And I'm happy to give some details, but we're talking about, you know, over 20 countries who've engaged in this type of behavior on Twitter alone.
In addition to making that available to researchers, are you sharing it with other platforms?
Well, we are sharing the results of that. I would be happy to share it with other platforms if they would agree to the terms of use, but it's very critical. Obviously, a lot of sensitive information in these databases, so we want to make sure that they're used appropriately, but the learnings from those information operations are shared very, very broadly across platforms, and there is significant collaboration that we engage in.
Commissioner, did you want to respond to that? Do those sound like appropriate steps?
We want to know more what's happening. So that's why we are glad that the platforms are willing to share the data with us and also with the researchers. What we don't know much about is the impact on what the platforms are doing, because we understand the results, how many I don't know, bots and fake accounts have been cancelled, but the impact has not been measured properly. We are now upgrading the code of practice against disinformation, and there we will probably increase the requirements for getting more data. But on this foreign influence, this is very tightly connected with the field of security. And here we are partly in the world of defense even. And I'm in a very intense cooperation with the NATO, because we take it very seriously, because, for instance, from Russia, the disinformation is used as a weapon. It is part of the military doctrine that they will use this weapon against united Europe. And here the cooperation will be and is key. We are working now on a set of sanctions with Joseph Borrell against the foreign purveyors of the organized disinformation campaigns. And what I speak here about, it's not a fight against some rumors or misinformation and fake news and sometimes even funny or innocent conspiracy theories. No, we have to increase our defense against coordinated attacks produced on purpose to do harm, to endanger security in Europe, to endanger the elections, the integrity of the society. We speak here about very serious potential risks and threats where we really need the cooperation with the platforms. And so we will definitely do more against these attacks in the future.
Certainly there's disinformation that is domestic as well, that is also harmful to society and potential to politics. Commissioner, is that tougher to get a handle on?
What is tougher? Definitely it is. I am not accusing only the foreign actors for spreading disinformation in the EU. Yeah, our own production, it's a headache because we see that it exists, it gains more and more power, and it correlates also with the willingness to accept lying as the normal instrument or tool for political fight. Yeah, in the past, I think that we were more careful about this, that the politicians who were caught lying in normal time, but especially before elections, they were normally disqualified. Yeah, it was a big thing. Somebody caught lying, he was dead for the political career. And now we are more and more accepting those alternative truths, which we had also in the United States. This is the US invention, this alternative truth term. So I think that we should do much more also to increase the hunger for the truth and recognition of the truth as the value. And this is about maybe a permanent effort to convince our society that truth really matters. And I know that I am now on a thin ice because when the politicians speak about the truth, we can always be criticized that we speak about our own truth. Yeah. So I will not continue in that dangerous path now.
Ms. Gotti, let me follow up on that with you. I mean, how does a platform draw the lines? How do you figure out where the line is between a truth and lie? Sometimes it can be kind of fuzzy. And how do you make these determinations without trampling on free speech? It's got to be a very complicated proposition.
It is incredibly difficult. And I would say that we're all in this journey of learning what's most effective. Twitter has approached this by focusing on some very critical areas of misinformation, whether that's related to elections or COVID-19 and vaccines, because the harms that come from this type of misinformation are so dramatic. But what I will say here is that this is a whole of system approach. This is not just about social media, because you can address these issues on one platform, but if they are also in the press, like there's not much we can do unless we're addressing this across the board. And the other thing I'll say here, and I hope you all will take away from this talk, that there are a lot more solutions to dealing with this than just removing content. Because when you remove content, you're removing the evidence, you're making people distrust you more. You're not relying on their own capability to like really understand what's going on. But there are other options here. We've been experimenting with labeling, which we think has some promising effects of providing context to people without just removing the content and saying like, look, here's some other information you should consider, and really giving the option of looking at that other information, I think builds more trust, which is really, really critical to addressing some of these issues that we're seeing in society.
We're close to being out of time, and I want to wrap up by asking you this. This is an urgent threat. Can the platforms and can the EU and governments act quickly enough? Can you find solutions fast enough to deal with this?
Yes and no. We have now the legislation out, and we need to see fast adoption by all legislators in the EU. And I think that we came with something which is proportionate, for instance, which is not going to push the platforms and other actors to remove someone's opinions. Yeah, because the facts belong to all of us and the opinions belong to ourselves. I would be the last one who would like to introduce some kind of censorship. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say. So, fast adoption of the legislation, because I believe we did it right. And which will be slower but necessary is this change of the mindset which I would like to see more education, more resilience in the society, greater ability of recognizing which facts are easy to believe or not. Well, this will take longer time. This is urgent, but this is more about my understanding that it will take longer time than the adoption of the legislation.
Ms. Gotti, what do you think? Can we act fast enough to keep democracies safe?
Well, as the Vice President alluded, these are long-term issues. They've existed for a very long time in our societies, and they will continue to exist. What I can say is that we can act in very different ways to try different solutions, which is what we're doing right now. That's why these codes of conduct have been so valuable with the EU, because it allows us this opportunity to experiment, try different things, see if they work. If not, try something else. And that's where it's really important that legislation also gives some flexibility to try different things, because I don't think anyone has the answer today on what is it that's going to work the best. We all have to work together to figure out what are going to be the right long-term solutions. And in that process, we have to make sure, in my opinion, that we're not entrenching the largest players further, and that we're really considering that there may be a lot of innovative companies that are coming up that may have better solutions to this, and we don't want to force them out of the market before they can even start.
And we have to leave it there. Vijaya Gotti of Twitter, thanks for joining us. Vera Jourova, Vice President of the European Commission, thank you also.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Our next guest is the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, with specific responsibility for the EU and Euro-Atlantic integration. It's Ola Stefanishina, and she is going to be joining us from video. I hope she'll be up on the screen in a second. We have only 10 minutes for the interview, so we'll be diving straight into it. Ola, welcome to Copenhagen.
My pleasure. Hello, colleagues. I'd love to have a very intensive discussion on the issues pending.
Well, let's dive straight into it. Ukraine has been subject to a century or more of intimidation by Russia and the Russian state. We're all very aware of the occupation of Crimea, and we're also now very conscious of the fact that the biggest military buildup since 2014 is occurring on your border. Can you give us your current threat assessment? What is the situation right now on the border, and how worried are you about it?
Well, thank you so much. Whatever situation we see, whether it's the recent escalation and concentration of more than 140 100,000 troops over the border with the Donetsk and Lugansk regions and Crimea, or its withdrawal of troops. So these are the ordinary practice of Russian Federation, and we're really happy that this withdrawal has happened to be possible, not only because of Ukraine's efforts, but because of increased international mobilization of all the principal players, including Transatlantic ones, showing that the price of any escalation for Russia would be as high as possible. So, of course, this is a very crucial situation which has shown and proven that Ukraine is 24/7 ready to stand not only for its territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also for the democracy and the freedom of the choice of our people to be preserved and saved. So, but basically returning to the issue, I'd like to stress that even it's now for more than 7 years that people of Ukraine are fighting not only for the sovereignty and territorial integrity, and not fighting only with Russian Federation, but also this is the fight for the right to live in a democracy. This year we mark really 30 years of independence of Ukraine, which was obtained shortly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And these are the 3 decades which have revealed in the strong commitment of Ukrainians to democracy, freedom, human rights, their commitment to live in a democratic European state. This commitment was a driver behind the revolution, the Euromaidan, which helps us to withstand Russian military aggression, constant hybrid attacks, and proceed with the difficult structural reforms. And these have paved the way towards the democratic transformations which our country is going through, which are tremendously complicated because it requires to preserve the high level of public discourse on the very essential economic, political, and humanitarian transformations taking place in our country. Of course, Russia is one of the issues which are highly discussed now on the agenda, not only because of the escalation on the Donbas, but because the whole world, the whole democratic world, is expected to show that there is a Marshall Plan for the democratic development. While Russia shows that there is a Marshall Plan, it shows that no will and readiness to de-escalate not only the situation in Ukraine, but anyhow try to build the bridges with the democratic world, including the ones facilitating the economic development.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you a little bit about...
Russia has significantly reinforced combat capabilities in its occupation forces in Donbas. Currently, these formulations consist of 28,000 of servicemen and more than 2,080 regular members of the Russian armed forces around and in the territory of Ukraine. Even before the recent escalation, the number of Russian troops along the state border in the temporarily occupied territories was extremely high. Mm-hmm. So this is a permanently existing situation at our border. Mm-hmm. The access of the Red Cross as well as the UN representatives to the occupied parts of the Donbas is regularly obstructed. And it's important that it's not only Ukraine, but the whole set of democratic countries around the border with Ukraine, but also across the Transatlantic, are clearly state that everybody see that it is Russia who escalates the situation. It is Russian armed forces who are backed up on the territory of the Donbas of the Donetsk and Lugansk region of Ukraine. So we should not really forget also that Crimea remains not only occupied by the Russian Federation, but it has been a permanently developed military base of Russian Federation, and we see that the security in the Black Sea and Azov Sea regions becomes a very important issue, not only within Ukrainian discourse, but also in terms of the transatlantic and NATO discourse. And we hope that the NATO will deliver a new strategy for the Black Sea region security, which is really important to not only for the NATO countries, for the South flank, but also for the countries out of the NATO, like Ukraine and Georgia. So it's very important that let's say at this moment there is international unity to make sure that Russia is not going any further in terms of its hybrid and military warfare. But also what is important for us back in Kiev, what is expected to see that the democratic world has a master plan of its development, that European Union finally shows its determination to be a player and a global player across the continent. And of course, we are waiting to see this Marshall Plan in the upcoming NATO 2030 strategy, but also in a strategy for further development of relations between European Union and Eastern Europe, including Ukraine. And hopefully this would be the best response to the Russia aggressive actions, the unity, the transatlantic unity, the unity
so
not
in
only
concrete
in the face
terms,
of
if I can interrupt you, Deputy Prime Minister, in concrete terms,
affected by Russian aggressive actions, but also in the face of the strategic vision of development of the continent and the transatlantic union.
In concrete terms, what exactly would you like the EU and NATO to be doing? Like, clearly you would like them to present a united front, but what is it they're not doing now that you need from them?
They're part of the agenda which has been partially implemented. This is the discourse on the Black Sea security and the NATO strategy and policy in terms of ensuring presence, military presence in the Black Sea, and ensuring that there is a security strategy for a Black Sea region as a whole. This is the discourse which has already taken place in NATO, but also it is very important that such countries as Ukraine see the clarity in terms of the further materialization of the open door policy. As you know, back in 2008, Ukraine and Georgia were confirmed to be one of the NATO member states in some of the future. And now, 13 years after the Bucharest summit, we're still striving to find this unity, and the discourse among the allies shows that still in the question of the open door policy, Russia has a vote inside of the NATO. So for us, it's very important that the alliance would finally give the answers towards those countries who are aspiring a closer partnership with the alliance, who are willing to concentrate its reforms based on the membership action plans. And we hope to see these answers and see this strategy in the NATO 2030 strategy. But when it comes to the European Union, for us, it's also very important that the neighborhood policy in 2022 will be revised for the Eastern European countries, which are not yet members of the European Union, as it was done for the countries of Mediterranean. And we think that it is the obvious reality, all of us waiting, because Ukraine has been implementing the association agreement for 5 years now, and basically we need to understand what comes further when Ukrainian legislation is aligned, when the markets are ready to get integrated with the EU ones. So it's time for political association, and it's time for understanding what comes in the next 10 years for our region.
It's a very clear message, Madam Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you sticking with us to be able to give those thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I now welcome Jean back to the stage.
I would now like to welcome to the stage Flemming Rose, who is a Danish journalist. He published the Mohammed cartoons, very controversial, as I'm sure you all remember. He also has written a book about free speech, and the title of his book is The Tyranny of Silence. Flemming.
Well, I'm first going to introduce a keynote speech by the French minister, Marlène Schiappa, who is a Minister for Citizenship, and that will be the keynote and introduction to the panel that we are going to join afterwards. Please.
I'm very happy to take part in the Copenhagen Democracies Summit 2021, in particular in this discussion of freedom of expression. I am in good company with admirable personalities. Let me begin by greeting them all very warmly. I thank you for paying tribute to the memory of Samuel Paty. Merci. I remember with emotion that day when this young teacher was brutally murdered by an Islamic terrorist. With the President and the Minister Gérald Darmanin, we were among the first to go to the scene immediately after the tragedy. We discovered then the personality of Samuel Paty, an everyday hero, committed to his work of transmitting the ideals of the Republic, a teacher who listened to his students, open to otherness and to foreigners, drawn despite himself into the tragedy of history. We owed him the tribute of French Republic. For a long time, the main threat to freedom of expression was the state. Let us be honest, it continues sometimes to be the state in many countries of the world. Wherever democracy has failed to take root, it is the state that censors, that suffocates dissident voices, that sends opponents to prison colonies or labor camps. It is a state that sometimes murdered journalists. But in the free world, in countries like France or Denmark, the greatest threat no longer comes from the state, it comes from society. The greatest threat is represented by ideologists and fanatist groups who claim to be offended by opinions different from their own and who want to censor them or even make their others disappear. The most dangerous of these enemies of freedom of expression remain the Islamists. And I don't confuse Islamists and Muslims. I'll develop this further later. Islamists are not satisfied with insulting and intimidating. They use violence and punish with death those who dare to criticize them. In France, the Islamists decimated the staff of Charlie Hebdo. Because of them, many journalists are under protection, sometimes for many years, and teachers in some territories are forced to censor themselves. But let us beware of other enemies of freedom of expression. They do not slit throats, they do not behead, but they threaten. They hurl anathemas, invectives, they spread fear to impose censorship and erase those who dislike. They do not always kill us, but they kill our freedom of speech. They are, first of all those who, without being Islamists themselves, find that cartoonists, Charlie Hebdo or Samuel Paty, have gone too far and had it coming. They believe that Islamists should not be provoked and that it is safer not to criticize the political instrumentalization of religion. Those suggest, through the concept of Islamophobia, that criticizing political Islamism necessarily means hating Muslims. They are often people who see in Muslims a sort of new proletariat, but these new bigots are the useful idiots of Islamism. But hostility to free speech can come from other forms of political radicalization. Once a group is convinced of the moral superiority of its cause, it feels entitled to silence those who do not think in the same way. This is what is currently happening with the cancel culture that is developing in American campuses, but also in Europe, particularly in France. We no longer count the number of debates in our university that could not take place because militant groups have decided that its participants did not have the right to express themselves. This cancel culture is fostered by the fragmentation of society into communities based on origin, skin color, religion, gender, or sexual orientation. Social networks which link us together in groups of friends and expose us less and less to otherness, amplify this entre-soi and this intolerance to debate and freedom of expression. Is it a fatality? Is a country like France, with its long tradition of religious caricature, for example, condemned to give it up? I don't think so. We must resist this wave at all costs. It is very strong, but our elders in the 20th century had to face challenges of a different gravity. We must remind that new generations of the benefits of freedom of expression. It is through debate, the confrontation of point of views, that we come closer to the truth, that we correct our mistakes, that we expose injustices and make our society move forward. No individual, no group has the whole truth by itself. To repress freedom of expression is to deprive humanity to progress. We must also remind the new generations that freedom of expression, as Voltaire wrote, is the basis of all other freedoms. Remove it prevents people from speaking as they wish. You can then cancel all other freedoms without difficulty, since there will not be no one to protest. This is how totalitarian experiments begin. Without freedom of speech, there is no free nation. The French government, as you know, is not prepared to compromise with this attack on freedom of expression. It is determined to protect its fundamental rights. This is what it is doing through the bill currently before Parliament, which aims to threaten respect of the principle of the Republic. This law provides new tools to fight against the entry of enemies of democracy freedoms into various sectors of society. It will make it possible to better combat the infiltration of associations or places of worship by radical movements, the fight against the propagation of their discourse in the internet, to prevent them from controlling schools. We must not be naive. We must see limits to the tolerance of democratic societies towards individuals or forces that want their destruction. This is what we are doing. Our actions are sometimes criticized, especially in certain American media. Criticism is healthy, it is normal, but in this case, I think it is not always justified. They would have us believe, what nonsense, that we are taking measures that are hostile to our own Muslim compatriots. This is not true. What we fight, everyone knows it well, is radical Islamism, in other words, a political ideology with totalitarian character, which declared war on democracy. And the Muslims, who in their immense majority live their religion peacefully, are the first victims of ideology in the world. May I point that many countries with a Muslim majority are themselves trying to protect their inhabitants against the radical Islamism, and that they have often been fighting it for longer than we have, and even more forcefully? Let us not confuse a religion with a political ideology that seeks to instrumentalize it and that divides it from its principles. The Islamists maintain that confusion. They would like to make people believe that we are fighting Islam to provoke a clash of civilization, as they say. It is surprising that some people follow their lead and try to see racism in measures aimed to protecting us from Islamic radicalism. There is a lot of blindness and compromise in this attitude, a form of betrayal of liberal values. But this is not so surprising. Let us think of the blindness of a part of that intellectuals towards Stalinism or fascism in the 20th century. Let's be clear, racism unfortunately exists, especially against Muslims, and this scourge of racial hatred does not spare any countries. It does not spare France, the country with one of the largest population of Muslim faith or culture in Europe. We are fighting this scourge of racism with great determination. We sanction it. France has one of the most restrictive laws in Europe against hateful speech, targeting minorities based on their race, ethnic origin, or sexuality. It is one of the few countries to have adopted memory laws that penalize the denial of genocide and crimes against humanity. It has a state administration directly attached to the Prime Minister in charge of fighting against racism, anti-Semitism, and anti-LGBTQ hate. This institution supports hundreds of associations, trained police officers as well as magistrates. A national network of investigators and magistrates specialized in all forms of racism has been created. Millions of euros are spent each year to secure sensitive areas. National education is not left out and has made the fight against racism a priority subject for mobilization. But this racism, which must be fought with energy, has nothing to do with the criticism of radical Islamism, which is necessary. Racism must be condemned, but we must not create a crime of blasphemy. It is not allowed to call for hatred or discriminations against religious groups, but it is allowed to criticize belief systems or philosophical conceptions. In a conclusion, a word about women's rights. I am, above all, as you know, a feminist activist. This is how I entered politics in my country. I know the importance of freedom of expression for the cause of women. Everything starts with the liberation of the world, dare to say, dare to ask, dare to demand, dare to be here, dare to rebel. Freedom of expression and women's rights are inseparable. And it is no coincidence that those who hate our society of freedom are primarily attacking both women and those who embody freedom of expression, such as journalists and teachers. Women must not forget this and always be at the forefront of this fight for freedom of expression. Count on me, in any case. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Minister Marlene for that stimulating contribution. And let me now turn to our panel. It's a pleasure and honor to introduce Ayaan Hirsi Ali, a well-known voice in the global debate on women's rights. Ayaan is a research fellow at the Hoover Institution in California and founder of the AHA Foundation that, among other topics, works to end honor violence, forced marriages, and female genital mutilation. Ayaan served as a member of the Dutch Parliament from 2003 to 2006, and she has written several books, among them international bestsellers such as Infidel and Heretic, Why Islam Needs Reform Now, and most recently, Pray, Immigration, Islam, and the Erosion of Women's Rights. Welcome, Ayaan, and thank you for being up early on the West Coast in the US. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Fleming. Thank you very much for having me.
And up here on stage, I have the pleasure and privilege of being joined by Sarah Omar, award-winning Danish-Kurdish author and human rights activist. In 2017, Sarah published her first novel, Death Washer, and in 2019, a sequel, Shadow Dancer. And in fact, Death Washer was published immediately after the killing of Samuel Paty, so there is a connection there. Both novels have been runaway bestsellers in Denmark. Sarah has been living in Denmark since 2001. She was born and raised in Kurdistan, old Mesopotamia. She fled the war in 1990, and a big welcome to you as well, Sarah. Let me first turn to you, Ayaan. I hope you heard Minister Schiappa's testimony. And let me start with a simple question. Following the killing of Samuel Paty last year, what do you see as the biggest threat to freedom of expression today?
I see a number of things. I think the killing of Samuel Paty, as in the killing of Theo van Gogh, is, incredibly extreme, where people feel offended by something and then resort to the most gruesome violence. Of course, that is a big threat. But what I think is even a bigger threat is the readiness of authorities, whether it's government authorities or authorities in academia, in journalism, but authorities at large in free societies being ready to cave in, to give in to these people who are threatening violence unless they get their way. I find that a much bigger threat than the violence itself.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think, Sarah? What do you see today as the biggest threat to freedom of expression?
Well, thank you, first of all, for this invitation, and nice to meet you, Ayan. The big threat today is that it is the question of that we in the 21st century are still asking whether it is permissible to have freedom of expression or not. This is the problem in itself, and I think we need to question more, and I think we need to fight more, and I think we need to take our responsibilities when we are expressing ourselves. Being balanced and being nuanced is very important, but also being direct is very important, because a lot of people have paid a high price. I have seen a lot of atrocities find place through my entire life. Only because someone chose to say, I need my freedom, I need my rights, I need to be a human being, I need to breathe, I need to love, I need to kiss, I need to be have the same rights as my brother. And we have to remember that freedom of speech or rights, human rights, it's not something that someone can give you or take it from you. It's something you are born with. So it's very important to stay calm, but also to tell yourselves that those extremism that happens, or those people who feel the urgent of telling you what you can say and what you cannot say, it's very important to tell them that as a human being, you have the right to express yourself. And of course, under your own responsibilities.
But do you agree with, I think, what was a very important point made by Ayan, that the greatest threat is in fact the willingness to cave in to pressure in Minister Schiappa's presentation? She said that the biggest threat was from society and from the Islamists, but it seems to me that Ayan is making a different point, that it's up to us to decide how grave this threat is going to be to our freedom of expression. Do you agree with that?
I am agree with that, because when you are paying attention to those people who eager to get attention, then you give them that attention that they actually want. So that's why I'm saying that it's very important to stay calm, but still fight, and to tell yourselves that those people cannot win. This is not a battle between them and them. This is a battle for human being, for being here as human being. And people with very, very extreme opinions and interpretation of a book that was here for I don't know how many years ago, centuries ago, when they feel the rights to tell you what you are allowed to do or what you are not allowed to do, what you are allowed to say and what you are not allowed to say. Those people, it's very important to send them a message and tell them that we need to renew our values as human beings. And it is also for the governments to do that. It's also for the individuals to do that. And also for us, people like us that are paying a very high price to only be here and have some have the right to express ourselves.
Ayaan, I want to turn to you again. What do you make of the reaction in Europe to the killing of Samuel Paty? It seemed to me at the time that the support that France was granted by some of the biggest powers in Europe, the United Kingdom and Germany, was very timid. We know that Germany has called on its school teachers not to show the cartoons that Samuel Paty did in his school. In the context of your first point, that in fact the most effective way to fight terrorism and violence is not to cave in to the threats, intimidation, and go on with your lives as if you are not willing to give in to these forces. What do you think?
So I think, first of all, it's incredibly important to do what Sarah is doing and what Minister Schiappa is doing, which is to articulate why these rights are inalienable, they are natural, we are born with them. And this articulation is extremely important. So after the death of Samuel Paty, as in after the death of other terrorist attacks and other gruesome killings, those who are elected to power, they come out and they articulate these freedoms, the freedom of speech and all that, which I think it's a starting point. It's a good point. But then what usually follows is exactly what you described, where they come with the but, and behind the but is some kind of appeasement. I find it shocking, for instance, that after the killing of Samuel Paty in Scotland, hate crime laws are passed. And as you know, all across Europe, there is this push to legislate speech by calling it hate crimes. That, to me, is a clear-cut appeasement of the murderers of, like the murder of Samuel Paty and the radical Islamists and the radical woke, because you can demand that your feelings are hurt. And because your feelings are hurt, if you organize sufficiently, you can get to a place where those in power will actually legislate speech. And I think that encourages the wrong type of people. So it's good to articulate, great to articulate these rights and freedoms and where they are from and what they are for, but that has to be followed also with the protection, unhesitatingly, with the protection of those rights and freedoms. So no hate speech laws, no apologies, no appeasement. You have to have a clear-cut red line to say, these are our values and our freedoms, we stand for them. And if you don't want it, you always have the choice of going somewhere else.
And that's one side of the equation. And to follow up on that point, and following Minister Schiappa's testimony, France has some of the toughest hate speech laws in Europe. They have criminalized Holocaust denial. They seem to be on the way to pass quite tough laws regulating the digital space. And this boils down to the principle of the paradox of tolerance. Do you grant tolerance to the intolerant? so that they can destroy freedom and tolerance. And what is the line in a free and democratic society? I would characterize France today as a militant democracy in the way it is trying to protect itself against intimidation, threats, and things like that through these tough hate speech laws. I mean, do you support the French approach in this case, that is the right way to go in order to protect your freedoms?
I support the French president and the French government in developing a bill that says we are against Islamist separatism, and not just saying it, but actually implementing that bill. I know the bill has been watered down, but it's a beginning. I do not support them in the legislation of hate speech, because that gives the impression that they're willing to compromise. Now, in a democracy, it is natural to compromise on any number of issues. But there are issues that you cannot compromise on, such as life and liberty and equality, the most basic things that are enshrined in the constitutions of most European countries and in the United States of America. There is no compromise on that. It isn't a little bit of life. Or you can't meet halfway on such things. So I think it's right to try and include people and to try and make it clear that minorities belong. But it is wrong to develop these hate speeches, because that creates the impression that it is possible to compromise. And so the more groups organize, the more they demand, and in some cases, the more they resort to violence, the more they expect to get what they want, or a little bit of what they want. And I think that is the wrong impression to give.
Mm-hmm. I want to move on to the relationship between women's rights and freedom of expression. And Sarah, in your novels, you have, in a very powerful language, depicted some of the difficulties women are experiencing due to social control and family pressure, even within liberal democracies and in countries with the rule of law. What can we do as a free society in order to fight this evil and grant women fundamental rights like equality and freedom?
Well, I'm very happy that you're actually asking this question, because my novel is depicting a lot of issues, and one of them is negative social controls. And the reason why I do it, why I write about it, is because I have seen it over and over taken places, and it is also in Europe. It's not only in the Middle East, it's not only in Asia or in Africa, it is everywhere. And the reason why I do it is because also that social control can also create radicalization. It creates people that are not open to see the values that other human beings have. I'm not saying can have, because we have all values that we have. And I don't have the solutions, because I'm an author and I fight for freedom. But my task is to open the door to each family's home and tell you what is happening behind closed doors. And it is the societies, and it's the governments, and it is the organizations that are working with human rights duty to actually find the solutions. I will gladly help finding the solutions, but we need to look at the problems more clearly, because we have so far treated those problems like a symptom. We need to go into the root of the problem in order to understand what is going on, because we are spending a lot of resources, money. We have a lot of programs, we have a lot of discussions, we have a lot of everything. I remember when Ayan published her books, I was a young girl, and I was thinking, why is there still necessary to publish those books? And then I turned 30, and it was still necessary to publish books about those kind of issues. So the thing is that we have been talking a lot about those kind of problems, but we have still not been able to find a solution. It is because we don't dare to ask too much, and also we are afraid of touching the subjects as we should, and we are afraid of being pointed at as we are racists and all that, that we will be a decent human being, and we are a decent human being. Just because you're writing a book about those kind of topics, it doesn't make you a racist. It makes you a human being who are concerned about some real serious issues that we have in our societies regarding human rights, children's rights, and the rights of just being. So, we need to find a solution, and we need to find it together. But in order to find a solution, we have to talk about obscurantism. We have to talk about the way that a religion can be depicted or are being depicted in order to use it as a weapon against human beings, so you can gain more power. It is all about what kind of weapon the patriarchy are using against other human beings that they are seen as weak. Because in order to take the weapon out of their hands, you have to understand how the weapon is working. You have to understand how they are using it. So this is where I stand. I give you an instruction about what kind of weapon it is and how it is being used. And I hope that people can understand how we can take it out of the oppressor's hands in order to gain more, equality for every human being, especially women.
And on the same question, you list, I think, 8 points at the end of your book, proposals to how to deal with this. And I was struck reading your book, the kind of analogy that exists between the fight for freedom of expression and for women's rights, in the sense that it's about culture and education. Freedom of expression is in many ways unnatural to human beings. The same is tolerance, and the same goes for granting rights to women and the equality between the sexes. I mean, what are your findings and proposals within this context of it's culture, not nature? It's about education and does not come in and by itself.
So in preparation for this event, I did just wrote the key points in Pray, and I think each one of them is considered a difficult conversation in many parts of Europe. And I realized that Denmark is different, that things in Denmark have actually moved on. So the first key point I make in Pray is that sexual violence is up against all women. Now, it's always been difficult to talk about sexual violence in general. But then I come to my second point, which is that this particular increase in sexual violence that we're seeing, immigrant men are responsible for it, or at least for most of it, even though immigrant men are a minority group. The third point, I think that is going to get me into trouble, is that integration has failed. The integration of communities from Muslim majority countries that have settled in different parts of Europe has failed compared to the integration of immigrant communities from non-Muslim countries. Number 4, and this is a criticism of people who make policies, the push and pull factors of immigration, we call it asylum, but it really is immigration or migration, the push and pull factors have not been factored into the relevant policies that are designed to deal with immigration and integration. The fifth point that I make is that the countries that put values first integration programs will fare better. They will do better than those that go woke. Countries such as Denmark and Austria that have decided, okay, we'll stop this nonsense about the taboo and trying to sweep everything under the carpet, and we're going to come out honestly. These countries are doing better. When I'm on my various European tours, I point to Denmark as the only country with a center-left-led coalition with no significant populist or radical right-wing parties. That is, in fact, doing very well, and that is because you're taking the voters very seriously. And then finally, the erosion of women's rights, along with the safety of other minorities, such as the Jewish community, the gay community, this is all related to this increase in immigration from Muslim-majority countries. I know that's taboo. I know that not every immigrant man is responsible for making women and Jews and gays unsafe, but we're seeing these trends, and it's all interconnected, and the sooner we are open about this, the sooner we can develop the relevant policies. And I think it is the recognition, the acknowledgement that these things are happening that will lead to sound policies. And I believe that sound policies are made on the local level. So I can come and give some general ideas about push factors, pull factors. You have to have behavior, and behavior has to have, your actions have consequences. And if you break the law, I think there should be consequences. But what exactly that should be, that is developed on the local level. I'm going to leave it at that.
That was excellent. Thank you for that comprehensive list. I don't know if we have spent all our time, but I would like to open it to the floor. Any questions to our panelists? I mean, there must be. This is a very exciting issue. Yes, up here. Please, your affiliation and name.
Hello, my name is Christian, and actually a part of Sarah's security advisor. And I would like to hear actually for all of you, all three of you, I'm curious to hear this battle you have been taken, or this fight that you have been chosen. I'm quite sure it has a price individually for each of you. Could you please try to describe what kind of price it has cost you to fight this battle, please?
Mm-hmm. Sarah, you go first.
Well, the price is that each time you speak out and each time you get a prize, you have to pay a price. And the price is that you have to live on the ground. This is what I do right now. So the price is not easy. And sometimes you stand very alone. Even though you try to give something to the society that actually can benefit, but the price is very high. So when you are throwing yourself out into those kind of topics and try to make a difference, especially within human rights, with this background that I have, that you have to be completely sure that this is what you want, because you lose a lot. It is very expensive. The price is very expensive, but the price is very worth paying. In my case, because the pain of generations and generations and generations of women today is coming out through my voice, because no one did it for my mother, no one did it for my grandmother, no one did it for my sisters, and no one did it for all those women that have been subjected to religious killings, honor killings, or whatever killings that has been. So I'm willing to pay that price in order that the next generation do not have to even discuss it. So this is where I stand. This is why I'm paying this price. And if it costs my life by the end of the day, then let it be.
No.
Yeah, that was powerful. Ayaan, what do you say?
That was incredibly powerful. And Sarah, I don't think they're going to kill you. You will be alive and strong and brave and inspiring for other women and other men as well. And I think that's the price is the price of speaking up. I think of it these days more as an investment. It's precisely as Sarah says, if you don't do it, who's going to do it? So it's worth paying that price, but it's also even more rewarding when I see that it leads somewhere. For instance, that the next generation is listening. I have more Muslim friends today than I did 20 years ago, and most of those friends are at least 15 years younger than myself. They're people who grew up with the development of ISIS, with the development of Al-Qaeda. They're people who grew up in societies where the Europeans who live in freedom and take those freedoms for granted come out and say, you shouldn't be doing these things. You shouldn't be worrying about these controversial topics. Stick to something nice and safe. And people like Sarah are saying, no, it's really important to give a voice to the women and children and the vulnerable people who don't have a voice. So there is a price, but it's worth paying that price. And Sarah, as you can see, I'm still alive. I'm 51 years old. My freedom is compromised, but it's been a worthy goal. What really makes me sad is, and the question I always ask myself is, how many lives have to be sacrificed before we come to our senses? You take a country like France. They've had attack after attack. So many people had to be killed for that country to come together around the acknowledgement that this is a specific problem, radical Islamist separatist ideology, that it's spreading like a virus. And now we have to compromise all sorts of freedoms and values just to go after them. And so usually it would make more sense if we if we resolve these problems before so much life is lost and before so much human suffering has taken place.
Thank you. Can I answer 1 minute? I think there are two aspects to this. One is individual, and for me, it is disciplining yourself in the sense that you have to be very clear about what you believe in if there is a price to be paid for it. So in that way, it's been clarifying for me, because I've had to ask myself what I believe in. And I think the other part, as Ayaan alluded to, about the broader historical context, what I have learned for the past 15 years is that freedom of expression is always under threat, because it involves so much that goes against human nature. So freedom of expression is the exception and not the rule. And the same goes for tolerance. And that's why every generation has to fight its own battle. It's never written in stone or finally protected. It's an ongoing battle or war that will never end. So that's what I've learned individually and in a broader historical context. Is that it? Okay. Thank you to Ayaan and Sarah, and thank you for your insights and your courage. Courage is the key to freedom. So keep up the good work, and you will need all the support from the audience and from people around the world to continue doing your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fleming and Sarah. What a conversation. And thank you to all of you. Stick around. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to resume the conversation. We're going to be talking about the U.S. and democracy. So stay with us.
In many ways, the US democratic system has shown its resilience. A record number voted in the presidential election, an election that passed without major irregularities despite the pandemic. The system ensured that the winner was sworn into office even when the head of state himself was seeking to delegitimize that election. But it was not a fully peaceful transfer of power. The events of January 6th have shown that American political debate has become so polarized that groups of people took matters in their own hands. The United States should not fight this battle for democracy alone. It must work with democracies across the world to tackle these challenges together.
And welcome back to one of the final sessions of today's first day of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Let's think of it as the American session. I'd now like to welcome our next guest, General and former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, who's working today at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, and whose most recent book, Battlegrounds, The Fight to Defend the Free World, gives us a tour of America's grand strategy for defending freedom and democracy around the world. Welcome, sir.
Hey, Ryan, it's great to be with all of you. Thank you.
We're just so excited to be here at a real live event and that you got up early to come and join us for it. Now, sir, as a soldier and as someone who considers themselves an outsider in the political system, how did you process the assault on Capitol Hill January 6th?
Well, Ryan, I think like all Americans, I was very disappointed, obviously, to see the President of the United States actually encouraging an assault on the first branch of government is something I thought I would never see, even as crazy as the vitriolic election had been. But I think, Ryan, it's time for us to be more confident, right? I think of course, as the Secretary General said, our democracy proved very resilient after that assault. I mean, and I think our founders were pretty brilliant in ensuring that the executive branch actually has no say in the transition of government. And of course, our courts, threw out these false claims of widespread fraud during the election. So I think it's time for Americans, and I think citizens of all democratic countries to be confident in democracy as their form of government and to celebrate the fact that we do have a say in how we're governed, unlike authoritarian regimes.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that citizens have to, in effect, go around the divided political parties to assert that confidence and to reposition America as the world's democratic leader? Or how much do you have to rely on the parties themselves, and how much do you need to go around them is my question.
Ryan, I think we need to go around them. I think that we have to demand more of our elected officials and politicians. We have to demand that they no longer try to score partisan political points at the expense of our democratic principles and at the expense of confidence in our democratic processes and institutions. But hey, we don't have to wait for that, right? We can convene our fellow Americans, we can convene our fellow citizens in wherever we are in our society. And I think what we really need to do is develop a common agenda for emerging from the traumas of the past year, which is of course it's a pandemic, it's a recession, it is the social divisions that we've seen in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And the anger over unequal treatment under the law, and then it is this assault on our democracy that we've seen, and the partisanship that is, and the polarization, right, that is pitting Americans against each other, and diminishing our confidence in who we are as a people, and we all have a role in restoring that confidence, Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Now, thinking externally again, give us a sense of where you see the biggest threats to democracy globally. I think we've sometimes fallen in the trap of thinking, oh, now it's Russia, now it's China. Might be all of them, and I'd love to hear your sense of the priorities.
Well, I think it's certainly the Chinese Communist Party. I would put that at the very top, and I think it's very important for us to always, use the qualifier that China is not monolithic or homogeneous. Our problem is, and I think the whole world's problem is with China's promotion of its authoritarian mercantilist model. It's stifling of human freedom, not only within its own borders, and with a campaign of slow genocide in Xinjiang, the extension of the party's repressive arm in Hong Kong, the race to perfect this technologically enabled Orwellian police state across the country, the taking of hostages as a means of advancing its interests. I'm talking about Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig from Canada, but others as well. The absolute absence of rule of law. But what should concern all of us is the active export of this model. And look at the countries where China has succeeded, right, in bolstering authoritarian regimes. It's not a pretty picture in Cambodia or Laos or Zimbabwe, right? So I think it's very important for us to recognize that the promotion of democratic governance, representative governments, rule of law, freedom of speech, tolerance, and all the principles we hold dear. It's not just an exercise in altruism. It's actually the best way to compete with this very dangerous authoritarian model that China's promoting. Because I think we have to all recognize if the Chinese Communist Party succeeds, our world will be less free, less prosperous, and less safe.
I want to get your feedback on two possible ideas related to that. The first being what Anders Fogh Rasmussen has been proposing as a kind of economic version of NATO's Article 5 collective defense clause as a way for democracies to organize themselves against authoritarian bullying. And then the second idea that comes from Dominic Raab in Britain, where he's essentially saying Western countries need to club together and offer some kind of alternative to Belt and Road as a way to engage with those kind of fence-sitting countries, let's say. Not necessarily democracies, but the ones open to Chinese investment and persuasion. Would you back those two ideas?
I back both of those ideas and many, many more, Ryan. I think what we're recognizing now is that we vacated key arenas of competition based on the flawed assumption that China, having been welcomed into the international order, would play by the rules, and as China prospered, it would liberalize its economy and then liberalize its form of governance. Of course, we know the opposite is the case, and it's time for us to return to these arenas of competition and recognize really how severe the threat is from China's strategy of what I describe in Battlegrounds. It's really a strategy of co-option, coercion, and concealment. And it's absolutely essential that we all work together so the party can't take this divide and conquer approach against us. And so this idea of a T12 of democratic countries that work together on emerging technologies to ensure that the People's Liberation Army doesn't gain a differential advantage over us and be able to intensify its campaign of coercion, create areas of exclusionary areas of primacy across the Indo-Pacific, and create servile relationships with countries across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. And then also we have to ensure, I think, that we set the right standards, data standards, internet privacy standards that are conducive to democratic governance and that protect against the kind of severe oppression that we see in China. So, gosh, there's lots on the agenda going forward. I'm really encouraged, though, I think, by the increasing recognition that we're in this competition. I think the EU, I'm sorry, I love my European brothers and sisters, but hey, I think it's time to kind of stiffen our spine a little bit on this competition within Europe. I think there are many who are getting the word on it.
The investment agreement is falling apart. That's the word on the street this week.
That's good. No, I think that the greatest source we have for encouraging multinational cooperation is the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping. I think we ought to send him flowers and a box of chocolates and say, hey, thank you for helping us realize that we're in this competition.
Well, I hope former President Trump is not listening to that. That gives me a chance to ask you about that experience. You were a front row witness, and I guess at times a participant in the formulation of that tougher stance towards China. My assessment would be it got the two parties to strategic alignment on the China threat, but there's still a huge amount of tactical division. Tell us, where did America first fall short as a policy, and what's your prescription for taking it further than it's gone so far?
Well, I think it depends on what you. America First was always a terrible, terrible slogan, right? Because it was evocative of the severe form of isolationism in the 30s, you know, in the midst or in the wake of the Great Depression. It was associated with jingoistic nationalism, various forms of bigotry in that period.
Was there debate about that, or was it just a no-go area and the president that was his policy and that was it?
No, actually, I think if you read the National Security Strategy of December 2017 and you just do a word search for America First and delete that phrase, it makes complete sense, right? Because I think that National Security Strategy, the adjustments within it were long overdue, Ryan. As I mentioned, we were re-entering arenas of competition. That document, and I think the declassified Indo-Pacific strategy that is now available, it really highlighted the very important aspect of our policy as being multinational cooperation. And despite the noise and the gratuitous insults of allies and so forth, there actually was a very high degree of multinational cooperation on these issues, even during the Trump administration. I see that expanding, being reinforced in the Biden administration. And I would say, in particular, the competition with China is an area where there's tremendous bipartisan support, right? And we ought to celebrate that, right? Because that doesn't happen every day these days in the United States. So I think there'll be tremendous continuity, as I mentioned, for two reasons. One is that we worked very hard to generate bipartisan support for this policy to begin with, and the second reason is, of course, it's Xi Jinping. You know, when the PLA is bludgeoning Indian soldiers to death on the Himalayan frontier, when they are ramming vessels in the South China Sea, and engaging in what would be the largest land grab, so to speak, in history, in an area through which 1/3 of the world's trade flows, the economic coercion of Australia, the many threats to Taiwan, the massive cyber attacks against our medical research facilities in the midst of a pandemic, the adding insult to injury with this wolf warrior diplomacy, the threats to Japan and the Senkakus. Okay, I mean, we begin to get the picture that this is not a U.S.-China problem. You know, this is a world-China problem, and the choice isn't between Washington and Beijing. The choice is between sovereignty and servitude. So I really think that the prospects for expanding multinational cooperation, not only to just compete directly with China, but to strengthen our own societies, to strengthen our own economic systems. I think everybody understands that now, and it's time to work together in a more concerted manner.
That brings two forums to mind. The Quad Alliance, which Biden's picked up again now. I'd love to know where you would like to see that in the next 2 or 3 years. And then possibly expanding the Five Eyes intelligence network to include either Japan or possibly South Korea as well. It feels like that's a step towards not necessarily an Asian NATO, but it's getting us beyond the sort of romp that it is at the moment.
Right. And of course, there are multiple dimensions in which the Quad is valuable. I would say certainly, first and foremost, from an economic and a technological competition, it's really, really important. And I would add to the Quad the European Union and the UK. Because if the world's largest economies work together, it's really impossible for China to divide and conquer against us. And the areas that we have to work together, as I mentioned, are emerging data standards and of course, critical infrastructure, especially communications infrastructure. I mean, this whole idea that you would allow Huawei into your country. I mean, I think we just ask our friends, hey, do you really expect the Chinese Communist Party to treat your citizens better than they treat their own people? So I think that this is an area that is expanding in terms of economic cooperation. The Quad is also important, I think, increasingly for defense cooperation, right? It's really important, I think, that we reestablish deterrence by denial, that we convince the Chinese Communist Party leaders, the People's Liberation Army, hey, you just can't accomplish your objectives through the use of force, because ultimately we all recognize that a war with China would be horrible. Right, and costly, and we have to avoid it. You know, and the way to avoid it is now, with really a theater security kind of architecture across the Indo-Pacific, that convinces China that hey, the best way for them to accomplish their objectives is through diplomacy and through joining the international order that has redounded to China's benefit. So I hope that the Chinese Communist Party leadership, if we work together, can be convinced that they can have enough of their dreams and enough of their goal of national rejuvenation without pursuing those dreams and those goals at our expense and at the expense of their own citizens.
We've got about 30 seconds left. I guess one last quick question on Russia. Is there anything the Biden administration or other democratic governments can be doing to increase the price on Russia for waging information warfare?
Yeah, I think we have to increase the cost such that it exceeds the cost that Putin factors in at the outset of his decision making. And so it probably comes no surprise to my German friends. Hey, Nord Stream 2. I mean, I think really, why would you help Russia extend its coercive power over yours and European economies? I think countermeasures in the area of energy security are very important at this point. And punitive measures against the Kremlin and Putin, and then also I think efforts maybe to reach out to the Russian people and to help explain better to the Russian people how the actions of Putin and the Siloviki around him are not in their long-term interests.
That's all we got time for. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your contribution.
Thank you. It was wonderful to be with all. I wish I could have been there in person. Thank you.
And now we turn to Adam Schiff, chairman of the US House Intelligence Committee and a veteran of previous Copenhagen Democracy Summits. Welcome, Chairman.
Thank you. It's good to be with you all.
Now, going back 2 years, it's a long time ago in many political respects, you were saying even then that the US was going through a rough patch, and that was before the first Trump impeachment that you managed, it was before COVID, the fraud about election fraud, and finally the assault on the Capitol. As foreigners, we all saw it, we were all horrified by these events, but what will it take now, and what can you contribute to America's political parties not coming together in a sort of a cliched way, but working to reestablish America as a democratic inspiration?
Well, look, I'm optimistic. We have a new president, and I think Joe Biden is doing a remarkable job reestablishing our reputation around the world, but also working hard on strengthening our democracy at home. And I think that the rescue plan that he's put into effect addresses one of the key drivers of this anti-democratic movement, this xenophobic populism around the world, and that is the growing economic disparity in our societies. So trying to address some of the root causes of this movement away from democracy, I think, is fundamentally important. He's also making a strong effort to appeal to members of both parties around the country. Now, that's not always reflected in the Congress, where I think the Republican leadership is out of step with so many Republican voters, Republican mayors and Republican governors. But what he has been proposing has, I think, enormous bipartisan support around the country. But look, we're not out of the woods. We are a two-party system, and one of our two parties right now has become a cult of personality around the person of the former president. That is a very anti-democratic there is a very anti-democratic element running through the Republican Party, which continues to push out a big falsehood about our last election, which was free and fair, and which continues efforts to disenfranchise people around the country as a result of the last election, not seeking to change their ideas or the appeal of their ideas or their communication about their ideas, but rather to convince the country of an untruth and also to limit people's access to the franchise. That is vehemently anti-democratic. And so we are moving in the right direction, I think, nationally with our new administration, but there are still enormous danger signs. And as long as I think one party embraces fiction over fact and attempts not to change voters' minds, but to change the voters by prohibiting many, including many people of color, from actually getting to the polls, then we're going to have a real fight on our hands for the heart and soul of our democracy.
Picking up on that theme, and I know this might sound a bit inside of baseball for an international conference, but I think a lot of outsiders look at the way Liz Cheney is being vilified as a leader within the House Republicans, and they're not sure what to make of it, that sort of intolerance for someone who has stood up for the electoral process. What's your take on that? What should we be thinking about the way the Republicans are treating Liz Cheney?
Well, I think it's very symbolic of where the Republican Party is now. The GOP has always flirted with conspiracy theories. This is not a new problem within their party, but it has really, I think, risen to the surface now. And Liz Cheney, is a establishment conservative. Her views once represented the mainstream of the Republican Party under figures like Mitt Romney and John McCain. But the Republican Party of Donald Trump is a party of alternate fact. And the biggest alternate fact, the biggest lie, is about the 2020 election. She's not willing to go there. Now, she's very conservative. She supported a lot of Donald Trump's policies. But the Republican Party has no tolerance if you don't support the big lie. And I think among the most dangerous things to any democracy is the corrosion of truth, the idea that there is no truth, that people are entitled to their own alternate facts. And that whole alternate fact idea that was so strongly promulgated by our last administration, the attacks on the press as the enemy of the people, is just a real danger to a democracy. So I think in the drive to push out Liz Cheney, you can see in microcosm just where today's Republican Party is, and it's really dangerous.
Now, in terms of the way Joe Biden has been framing his foreign policy, I think it chimes very well with the Democracy Perception Index that has been put out by the Alliance of Democracies this week. And that identifies economic inequality as the biggest threat to democracy. And it does really feel like the administration is picking up that idea, connecting it to the people who felt left behind and felt the appeal of the first Trump campaign. Is that the right way to understand why Joe Biden is so obsessively focused on the middle class in his policies?
I think it's certainly one of the reasons, and I found that analysis to be incredibly persuasive. I think the reason we are seeing this anti-democratic movement around the world is the confluence of two factors, both very disruptive. One is the changes in the economy. As more jobs go away and are replaced with jobs in the gig economy that don't have a social services net, that don't provide the same kind of retirement or job security, but also the revolution in communication, how we get our information, a revolution in which we are now balkanized in the information that we see. And Joe Biden is attacking one of these two main drivers of this autocratic movement, and that is the fact that so many millions of people in our country, and indeed billions around the world, don't have good economic opportunity. And there's increasing disparity between those who are doing well and those who are struggling to get by. People in the middle class feel that the ground beneath their feet is slipping away. So that absolutely has to be a focus in terms of democracy promotion. After all, democracies need to deliver not just freedom, but freedom and prosperity. And we are judged by how we do in terms of delivering on the economy. We are being judged right now in terms of how we're delivering on the pandemic. And one of the things that I think is so important about conferences like this one and Anders Fogh Rasmussen's wonderful work, and thank you for your leadership, Mr. Fogh Rasmussen, is we need to come together with fellow democracies around the world and adopt joint strategies for dealing with these problems of economic disparity, for dealing with foreign election interference, for helping each other deal with the pandemic, for helping the survival of democracy itself at a time when we are really at a global inflection point.
Mm-hmm. Now, it feels like this year is almost the festival of democracies. We're here gathering in Copenhagen. President Biden will, in the fall, it seems, bring together another summit for democracies. We see the Quad Alliance renewed. We have all of our existing forums meeting together in person. What would you like to see in practical terms around the cooperation between democracies? Do we need to get beyond just getting together, and we actually need to crystallize this through some very specific action plans or a very short list of priorities that need to be taken immediately?
Absolutely. Look, it's hard to arrive at a common action plan unless we're meeting and discussing and analyzing the issues and looking at best practices. But I think we need to have concrete results come out of it. And looking at each aspect of the problem, if you look at, for example, manipulation of social media by foreign powers, Russia's interference in so many of our elections around the world, we ought to find a common approach to pushing back, both to deter Russia, impose costs on Russia, as H.R. McMaster was pointing out, but also how to defend ourselves, because some of these attacks come from within. And we may have the best protections from foreign hacking and cyber attacks on our country or cyber disinformation, but a lot of that comes from within our countries now. And we ought to look at nations that are doing it well, like Norway, and understand, okay, how are they incorporating understanding disinformation in their education system? And what can we learn from each other? How do we act jointly when foreign nations meddle in our democracies to push back and establish a price for those kind of interventions. How do we demonstrate that as democracies we can meet the needs of our people, whether it's in producing and distributing vaccines and in putting in place health protections or addressing the yawning gap between rich and poor? How do we have collective economic action against nations that will use their economic might like China and their technological might like China to push out technologies like their safe cities technologies that are really a digital form of export of totalitarianism? So we need to arrive at common approaches to these problems, work in concert, because we will be much stronger in defending our democracies together.
Now, turning a bit more specifically to your role with the House Intelligence Committee, it's very clear that repeated attempts at foreign interference have been occurring in recent US elections, and we're not that far away from the 2022 midterms. What steps are you taking, and what do we need to be worried about in terms of foreign interference with next year's election?
Well, I think the good news for us in 2020 is we went into it with our eyes wide open. And so we were much more aware of what the Russians were doing and trying to do. And being forewarned is being forearmed. In 2016, I think that was much less the case. The Russians, I think, also understood that if they got overtly involved the way they had with the hacking and dumping operation 4 years earlier, and Joe Biden was successful, they would pay a price. And I think that there was a sufficient deterrent, not to stop the Russians from interfering at all. They did interfere in many of the same ways through their social media and through their overt media. But nonetheless, I think we had a much greater deterrent impact merely having Joe Biden on the ballot. In terms of what we can look forward to in the future, we can expect that not only will Russia, but other countries feeling that watching the Russian example in 2016 in our country and elsewhere in Europe, this is a cost-free way of interfering in the democracies of others, of helping to try to choose the leaders that are best for Russia or other nations. And so we need to, I think, work with each other and help each other when we identify Russian or other malign and covert activities directed at our elections, to let each other know what we're seeing, to join together to sanction those who are responsible, and to arm ourselves in our support of our democracies.
And in that sense, is it time to impose more obligations on tech companies? There's obviously direct cooperation between intelligence services and the tech companies, but is it time to formalize that so that it's not dependent on one administration, whether it's America or otherwise, having that relationship with the companies, and that they understand that it's their permanent obligation as stewards in our democracy?
We are going to have to call on the social media companies to be better corporate citizens and do more to help this kind of disinformation online. The disinformation, for example, right now around COVID is killing people. It's literally killing people. And so the companies are going to need to step up if they don't. And so far they have not sufficiently. That we need to figure out how we as governments can step up and insist. In the United States, we are looking at whether these companies should continue to enjoy immunity from liability if they don't act with reasonable care for the safety and privacy of their people, their customers, both in the United States and around the world. Finally, I would mention one thing I found particularly striking about the Democracy Index is those countries that experienced the most backward slide, countries like Hungary and Poland, seemed to me, had the strongest reaction to many of the questions during the survey. Other countries where the expectations were lower appeared more favorable, like China and Vietnam. The United States, the fact that the United States would be perceived as more of a threat to democracy, more of a negative influence on democracy than other countries, I think reflects in part the delta between people's expectations for the United States and the reality of what they've seen over the last 4 years. And I hope and believe we are in the process of changing that.
I think you are, and thank you very much for your time, Chairman Schiff. That's all we've got time for.
Thank you.
And it's now time to welcome to address us Ambassador Lisa Peterson, who is the most senior official dealing with human rights and democracy within the Biden administration. We'll now turn to Ambassador Peterson.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister Rasmussen, distinguished panelists and guests, it's a pleasure to be with you today. At a time when global challenges from climate change to COVID-19 have grown more complex and trust in democratic institutions is weakening, I'm glad to take a few minutes to outline how the Biden-Harris administration is placing democracy and human rights at the center of our domestic and foreign policy. Democracy remains an aspiration of people throughout the world. There's no better form of government for fostering peace, security, and prosperity globally. However, sustaining democracy requires hard work, careful stewardship, and constant vigilance. And it can be easy to forget that democracy is not a destination, it's a journey. At this conference, you're now hearing how authoritarian governments are exploiting and fostering declines in democracy, how they attempt to weaken democratic institutions, undermine democratic processes, and erode trust in democratic principles in other countries. Democratic backsliding and rising authoritarianism in countries around the world has disproportionately affected marginalized populations, threatening the inclusiveness necessary for a healthy democracy. As Secretary Blinken has said, the biggest threat to democracies isn't that they are flawed. They've always been. The greatest threat is that our citizens lose trust in democracy's ability to fix those flaws. A critical difference between democracies and autocracies is our ability and willingness to openly confront our own shortcomings, not to pretend they don't exist, ignore them, or sweep them under the rug. So we have to confront the democratic recession around the world. We all must speak up when countries backslide from democracy and human rights. That's what democracies do. We deal with challenges in the open. We also must help these countries move in the right direction by strengthening the guardrails of democracy, such as a free and independent press, anti-corruption bodies, and institutions that protect the rule of law. This is why the Biden-Harris administration is putting democracy and human rights at the center of U.S. foreign policy. We are committed to democratic renewal at home and abroad, and we hold ourselves, as well as our allies, accountable to our democratic commitments. The United States knows that our leadership and engagement on global issues matter. We've heard from our allies and partners, from many of you here today, that you're glad we're back. We know, too, that in our absence from key fora, such as the UN Human Rights Council, other democracies carried forward the work of defending human rights and driving progress on a range of global issues. We look forward to working with you. We approach U.S. re-engagement with humility, knowing that we have work to do here at home and knowing that we must rebuild our relationships with partners. Nevertheless, we will continue to push back forcefully when we see countries undermine the international order, pretend that the rules to which we've all agreed don't exist, or simply violate them at will. Because for the international system to deliver, all countries must abide by it and put in the work for its success. Broadly, our approach is to tackle today's challenges collaboratively. We aim to work with partners and alliances to positively impact the lives of people all over the world. We will work together with you to promote inclusive political participation, transparent and accountable governance, an enabling environment for civil society, respect for freedom of expression, and an independent media, all of which are key to strengthening democratic institutions and defending human rights and fundamental freedoms. We must remember that democracies and democratic institutions are only as strong and sustainable as they are inclusive. The United States will continue to strive for the full participation of all members of society, regardless of gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, or disability, in our own country and around the world. We must remember that democratic governments and institutions are only as strong and sustainable as they are transparent and accountable. The United States will continue to support anti-corruption and open government efforts. The combination of corruption and lack of transparency saps democratic resilience and undermines good governance. In fact, we've seen nations use the COVID-19 pandemic as a pretext to issue new laws to suppress anti-corruption and open government activism. We must remember that democracies and democratic institutions are only strong and sustainable if there is space and support for the vital work of civil society. A vibrant, diverse, and independent civil society is critical for, among other things, strengthening democratic institutions. We've been pleased to see instances of reform-minded governments reversing policies that stifled civil society voices, allowing for the expansion of the civic space so vital to achieving meaningful reforms. At the same time, we remain concerned by the global trend of diminishing space for civil society. Civil society is also increasingly facing restrictions in multilateral organizations such as the UN. So we work to protect and strengthen civil society through a variety of mechanisms. We emphasize that a key way to promote open civic space is to encourage collaboration and meaningful dialogue between government and civil society to address the challenges facing democracies. We also champion a role for civil society voices in multilateral fora. We believe everyone, everywhere, should be able to express themselves freely without undue restrictions, harassment, intimidation, or violence. Where such a conducive environment exists, there is free and open exchange of information. As a key part of its foreign policy, the United States promotes freedom of expression and an independent media as essential elements of resilient democracies. We advance these goals at the UN and in regional organizations. We also value the Freedom Online Coalition, Media Freedom Coalition, and other multi-stakeholder initiatives as platforms for finding new and innovative ways to address the complex and ever-evolving challenges facing people everywhere seeking to have their voices heard. We're increasingly concerned by government efforts to control internet access and content, including through the rampant use of internet shutdowns. Governments should not block, shut down, or throttle internet telecommunication or mobile services to suppress the right of peaceful assembly and freedoms of association and expression online. The United States is committed to working in partnership with members of the media, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and other concerned governments to support access to information and defend freedom of expression, both online and offline. We recognize that no global challenge can be met by any one nation acting alone. Facing these challenges requires countries cooperating and collaborating in common cause. We are reaffirming, reinforcing, and reinvigorating our alliances and partnerships. And we are standing shoulder to shoulder with like-minded allies and partners to face shared challenges and to uphold our common values and a rules-based international order. As part of our commitment to democratic renewal at home and abroad, President Biden's planned Summit for Democracy will bring together allies and partners from government, civil society, and the private sector around a common agenda to defend democracy, including concrete commitments on combating corruption, countering authoritarianism, and advancing human rights. We will expect participating countries, including ourselves, to deliver on both international and domestic commitments that advance these goals, demonstrating the promise of democracy and delivering real results that allow people to lead lives of dignity, respect, and possibility. We hope the summit will be a catalyst for revitalizing democracy, both at home and abroad. Thank you again for the chance to participate in this discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador Peterson, for laying out such a substantial agenda for catalyzing that revitalization of democracy. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. We're now at the point where we need to review the day, and we're not far away from drinks for those who are lucky enough to be here live in Copenhagen. So I'd now like to invite to the stage Anders Fogh Rasmussen and Jean Meserve, and we're going to be joined via video by Dean Fritz Meyer, who's been the host of the Denver Democracy Summit, the sister summit of this summit. So please welcome to the stage.
Fritz Meyer, it is great to have you with us. I think you're going to come up and there you are in real life. Wonderful.
Yeah, great to be with you, although it would be better to be there in person.
Yes, it would be, let me assure you. You kindly had Ryan and I participate in your first Denver Democracy Summit, which is a sister event to this one here in Copenhagen. You've been listening today, and I wondered what your big takeaways are.
Well, let me say first what a pleasure it is to be with everyone today, and let me thank you, Jean and Ryan, and especially Anders for the partnership that we've had in Denver in February, and will again have next February when we hope to be in person. Invite all of you to be there in Denver in February. Yes, I've been listening all day. Wow, what a rich, inspiring, really riveting set of presentations. It makes it challenging to summarize, to be honest, but an extraordinary collection of personal stories, of inspirational stories, of thoughtful presentations. A few thoughts. One is just the urgency of the moment. We've been talking, this is now the fourth Copenhagen Summit. Of course, it's been obvious for some time that democracy was in trouble, but even compared with last year, even compared in some ways with February, there's an urgency to the situation that is, I think, ever more evident. We see this in the data that was presented earlier in the day, obviously in the stories of what is happening in Myanmar and Hong Kong and Belarus and Ukraine. You hear the looming, ever-growing presence of China and the pressures that it is putting on the international system, to some extent also Russia, of course, complex issues around the media, freedom of expression, and a host of other challenges. And there's a sense in which this is an urgent, crucial moment. Referencing back to Anders' opening statement, that's the pessimistic side of things. But the other thing you hear, and that I find so encouraging about this conversation and the others that are taking place, is there is an awakening to the problem. We're no longer complacent in the way that we were, as was referenced actually several times today, the idea that all we needed to do was develop economically and democracy would follow. Well, we're not complacent anymore. And when you can't solve a problem until you name it. And I think we've named it, and there's a growing consensus that it is a problem. And what you're seeing at multiple levels is an awakening and engagement on the problem. At the global level, the Alliance of Democracies, the ideas that the democracies of the world need to come together through this forum, through the Biden forum that's coming up, and many of the talks today, emphasizing the need for the democracies to come together to address the state of democracy, economic inequality, and a host of other issues, the need for international cooperation. And that's a hopeful thing. And the other thing that is just always, it's really just inspiring. I'm really humbled listening to the courage, the bravery, the persistence of activists in civil society around the world in very dangerous circumstances, in very difficult places. When you hear Nathan Law or Wai Nu, or all of those who are putting literally their lives on the line to fight for democracy, we're reminded that that there's an enduring hunger for democracy, and that there are people all over the world now engaged in this fight. And I think also called for all of us who are privileged not to be in such difficult circumstances, called to act, to support them. But that's encouraging. That's the encouraging side of things to me, this awakening that is happening. And of which this event is an important part of this, the conversations that are taking place today at the summit. And then I can't help sitting here in the U.S. but reflect briefly on the U.S. role in this. We have been at best on the sideline over the last 4 years, and it is encouraging that we are rejoining the conversation, rejoining the efforts, the international efforts. Of course, as has been said, and it's terribly important that we lead by example, that we get our own house in order, and we certainly have our challenges here in the United States. It's crucial, of course, that we demonstrate that we can be an effective functioning democracy. You know, to some extent, the world is watching us and other democracies to see whether we can solve problems of economic opportunity for our citizens or the challenges of climate change. I thought the presentation on Taiwan is encouraging. Here's a democracy that did cope with COVID well, is doing well. Very important that we get our house in order. And of course, as we just heard, it's important that the U.S. re-engage with the world and do so, though, with humility, that we are partners with others, all the other countries, the other democracies, that we are supporters of the activists and the community of a remarkable community of actors in the civil society who are doing so many brave things to advance democracy. A challenge for all of us, a challenge for the U.S. It's easy to be pessimistic given all the trends, but I do think it's a hopeful moment as well. I look forward to continuing this conversation in February at our second Democracy Summit. These are rich topics. I congratulate Anders, you and the Alliance of Democracies for this fabulous program today and all the great work you're doing. And again, it's an honor to be partnered with you and to be with all of you today.
Fritz Meyer, Dean of the Joseph Corbell School of International Studies at the University of Denver. Thanks so much.
Now, Anders, you brought us the hope in the morning, but I'm going to ask you to bring us the homework to close out the evening. A lot of challenges outlined by the speakers today. What do we in the room and everyone watching online need to do to now deliver the support that they've been asking for?
Yeah, thank you very much. I started optimistic, and now I'm even more optimistic. And I have three main takeaways, I would say. First of all, I think it's crucial that we stand up and defend free speech. We devoted a panel to Samuel Paty, the French teacher who was beheaded because he exercised his right to free speech. But I think it's important to understand that very often we are speaking about state actors when we're speaking about democracy and freedom. But we were reminded that freedom is not only threatened by authoritarian states, but also by individuals, fanatics, who want to suppress the free speech. And we should remember that free speech, that's not only the right to get rid of an outdated government, but it's also the right to get rid of outdated ideas. And that is a prerequisite for development, for renewal, of our society. That's why my first takeaway is let's stand up for free speech. It's the most precious civil right we have. Now, my second takeaway is that it is time to act. It's time to act to protect freedom, to support the champions of democracy. I was heartened to see political leaders from Taiwan, through Myanmar, Belarus, to Venezuela, tell their stories and appeal for our help. I think we should stand up and accommodate their appeal for help and let words follow by deeds. Will it have consequences? Undoubtedly. But we cannot let profit trump principles. And we heard which price is paid by people who insist on free speech, on their democratic rights. There are values on which we cannot compromise: life and liberty. My third takeaway is that this conference day has just demonstrated the need to create an alliance of democracies. And we have learned how important American leadership is in that respect. So I appreciate very much that President Biden, following his speech in Copenhagen 2018, has pledged to organize and host a global summit for democracy later this year. I hope that we, in cooperation with our friends at Denver University, can provide inputs to that summit, because the voice of civil society is of utmost importance. So I started in a positive manner. I would leave today in a very positive manner. And I think we have now come to conclude our conference. So I would take this opportunity to thank all our partners, our sponsors, staff at the Playhouse, who has been very helpful, our volunteers that have helped us through the day, the staff in the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, and last but definitely not least, Jean and Ryan, for leading us in a very professional manner through this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anders. I think we would agree that it's been a real privilege for us to be here and have these conversations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for those of you who signed up for the town hall, who have registered for that, please join that now on Zoom. And tomorrow we've got more programming. We're going to be talking virtually only tomorrow about innovating democracy through technology. And you have a big part to play in that.
Great panel. I fully recommend you coming and listening to the Democracy Fellows.
Great. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.